So it's day number 4. Racing here at the Rolex TP52 World Championship. We're going for a 3-race day. We're looking at perhaps up to 15 knots, maybe a little bit over. We're with Guillermo Parada, the driver on board the Gladiator. Gladiator, good day yesterday.
Yeah, we had a good day. Certainly we were able to stay out of trouble for most of the races, so overall we are happy. We are in a good position.
Ahead of expectations?
Well, today we have another very similar day to yesterday. It's looking to be very demanding. The fleet also is more aware of what's happening on the racetrack, so I'm expecting the races to be very, very tight, and they will decide who gets out of traffic first, and it's able to avoid tax and be sailing BMG numbers for most of the time. So we'll see how it develops.
We really did notice that with you guys yesterday. You seem to be very happy to back yourself on different sides of the course, and as you say, not stay in the traffic or end up getting bounced around.
Well, we thought that the race course was pretty even, or we didn't have a very clear feel of one side of the other one, so we decided that we wanted to be able to sail BMGs, and then if the fleet was slowing down to each other, we were going to be able to get a little advantage. So in 2 out of 3 races it worked pretty well.
For those of us who are not pro sailors, explain the VMG and what you're meaning there.
Well, BMG is when you're sailing at your maximum speed and you're not compromising your angle or your speed because of a boat around, so you're not trying to hold a lane. You own your own space of ocean, and you're sailing the best your boat could sail. So that's basically it.
Talk to me about your setup here in Barcelona. Tony has the Corinthian, or you have the Corinthian in the middle of the dock, in the heart of the action. You're having your briefing and debriefing there as a team.
I think we are enjoying it a lot, because we are having our dinners also there, and we are having our morning briefings and afternoon briefings. So Tony is a very active member of the team for sure. He's a tactician, and he's all over trying to make sure that all the details and everything is going according to plan. He's a very organized guy in terms of scheduling and how to do things. We have a very strict pre-flight operation that we do every morning before racing, and once we dock out and to the racing time, that he's very, I mean, he's very hard on making sure that that's happening every day. So I think he's enjoying. He's really doing a good job.
How do you feel about the whole week then? There are prospects of potentially winning the world title?
We are not thinking about that yet. I think we are thinking about race number 4 at the moment. So we need to make sure we do next race in the best possible way, and then we'll think about race number 5, and then so on. And results are an output, not an input. So it's not that you aim to win. You can only aim to do the best you can, and results are going to be what they have to be, because they also depends on everybody else, penalties, situation, wind shifts. I mean, you can only control what you can control. The rest of it, you just pray for the best.
Obviously, one of the most experienced skippers in the fleet. What's the key to managing a 3-race day like yesterday and today, psychologically and in terms of your processes, hydrating, that kind of thing?
Well, I think that we pay a lot of attention to hydration for sure, and making sure that everybody is fit, and we are well in. We pay a lot of attention to that, and also managing the timings, making sure we train and we do our pre-race exercises, that we don't overdo it, and we make sure we keep control the key things in between races also, that you only have 20 minutes, so you need to pack the kites, you need to check out the forecast, you need to decide the sails for next race. I mean, pin the committee, pin the pin, talk about the line, talk about the strategy. So there's a lot of things going on in so many different parts of the boats, that you need to make sure that you do that, in the best and quiet possible way, so you save energy. And luckily we got to the 3rd race of yesterday still in good shape.
Do you have any influence over Fergal Finlay's hairdressing?
Not at all. That's all of his fault.
Have a great day. Thank you very much, Guichet. So that's Guillermo Parada, the helmsman and a 4 times winner of the 52 Super Series on Azura. Now very much running or consulting, mentoring the Gladiator program. We're going to talk now to a Spanish sailing legend, Luis de Resti, who's the weather expert for Alegre.
So we expect that today and tomorrow we have a good condition. We had bad luck in the first 2 days because we have a bubble of hot air that was not good for the sea breeze. But now I think today and tomorrow. No, today good condition. Tomorrow we don't know yet.
Well, give us some numbers. What's the wind speed today? What will it be like?
I think about 12 to 14. Coming from the 200, more or less like yesterday, but maybe a little bit better.
And the race course is very even, left and right side?
Yes, when we sail here, we sail closer to the harbor, so the ride was much better. Yesterday I pushed for the ride, was good in the first race, but in the second and the third, the wind was more steady and and the left was not so bad also. Then I expect more or less the same today.
And tell us about the current, because there's up to a knot of current in some places. Explain that.
Yeah, yes.
Don't give away all the secrets.
No. We have more current than when we sailed here some years ago. I don't know if it's because the water temperature is so high. Today we have to 28.9. I think it's the record in the water temperature. So maybe that move a little bit more the sea, and we have much more current than we have some years ago. This is a key that they have to play but the current is more or less the same in all the course, but in the ley lines or the other star is very important.
And which way is the current flowing?
It's going from more or less the same direction than the wind, more or less.
So what's the strategy then in terms of current? This is all right, they're all on the water, nobody's watching.
No, but I don't think that it's a big strategy for the current. It's more about the wind, the pressure. Because the current, I say that it's more or less the same. It's just to look at the ley lines and at the star. But I think it's more important the pressure, the wind, the little wind shift than the currents.
How do you feel the Alegre is going?
Alegre is going very well. They are third now. Yesterday they did very good races, very consistent, 2 third and 1 6. So they are third now overall, very close to the top. It was very important the first day to be there. And they have been doing a very good season. Just at the end they have a bad result that's why they are not more up in the overall class. But they begin yesterday very good, and I think that they are very consistent team and very good sailors and very good owner for sure to be there. Andy is sailing for many years, so I think they will be in the top 3 at the end.
And lovely guys.
Lovely guys, yes. Very. The second time I'm helping them, and I'm one more in the team. So I like this team a lot.
Tell me what you like about Barcelona most. What's your favourite thing about Barcelona?
It's different cultures you can find here in Barcelona. Very open city, and the problem is the warm. We have a lot of hot these days, but if we have a little bit better temperature, Barcelona is a beautiful city to live.
Well, as I said, a Spanish sailing legend there, Luis de Resti, double Olympic medalist, won in the Flying Dutchman's here in 1992 at the Olympics. Stuart Straley, welcome back. How was your morning?
It was hot and a little sweaty, but that's
much
no
like the rest of them, yeah.
Yeah.
But Stu, you were in the American Magic Quantum Racing briefing. Of course, they've got 3 teams, or Quantum have 3 teams. They have the Gladiator and Value, and of course Quantum. What did you learn? Give us a feeling of the atmosphere and the level of detail that goes into the planning for the day.
Well, it's just astounding, and we'll get into some of the specifics we learned throughout the day as they come out. But just the amount of data that's being compressed by these coaches. James Line in there, who has coached top teams across the spectrum in sailing, was there, sort of trying to distill all of this information coming off the boats, establish some trends, and give these teams a few things to work on this day. But it really, if you want to be sailing at this level, you've got to be a bit of a numbers guy, because it all comes down to that. And they are analyzing just about everything that these teams do and how it impacts their results and how they compare to other teams.
I mean, obviously, it's a fast track, if you like, for the Gladiator and the Value coming into our Gladiator. Obviously, been with us for many years. Value coming in, I think it's been a big, big bonus for them in terms of, as you say, data analysis and the trends where they have to improve.
Right, and in some respects, right, it's a sort of an evolution of what has always been at the foundation of a good sailing campaign, which is getting out in the water and testing against other teams, working, changing things, seeing whether that helps you, improves your speed, decreases your speed, how does it affect your point, looking at that sort of that two-boat testing. Just now they can do it with a tremendous upgrade in the tools. No longer is it just your eye saying, oh, we look a little faster, we look a little slower, higher or lower. Now you have numbers that are really assessing not only sort of when you are, I don't know, whether you're good or bad relative to a team, but also what are some of the key factors? Is it heel angle? Is it the mainsail trim? How is the the camber on your sails? Where is your rudder positioned? Are you bow down? Are you bow up? Things like that. And then, the trim of the boat. So there is just a tremendous amount of data being processed. And these sailors come in and, I think for them, because it's an ongoing process, it's not so overwhelming. But as a spectator, you come in and you just, your mind gets blown a little bit. It's like you're looking at the launch codes for NASA.
Indeed. And what's the kind of atmosphere? Is it an interactive briefing, as it were? Are the questions from the teams, or is it very much a briefing? This is what's happening for the day. This is what you have to focus on.
No, there is certainly some back and forth, and that's the way it has to work, right? The coach is not on the boat; he's not pulling the sails, so he needs to interact with the team. And I mean, sailing is still an art form. There's still a fluidity to the process. You still have to adjust for every little nuance of the conditions, and whether it's the weight of the wind, the density of the wind shear in terms of different, maybe the difference in direction between the wind aloft and the wind down in the water, difference in velocity, the waves, whether they're coming straight on or to the side, all those things play a role. And so the coach needs to sort of look at these numbers, and he's, his job is to sort of point out things he might see and then go to the team and say, well, what are you seeing here? And why did you make these changes? And why were you feeling this, whether it was good or bad?
The morning is just the briefing, is it? Or is there a debrief from yesterday?
Oh, no. The portion I saw was almost exclusively focused on yesterday.
Right.
I think later they were going to get into some weather. I had to take off for some other responsibilities, but they were focusing a lot on sail shape from yesterday and a lot of the things they learned about the boat speed and when things were going well and when they weren't. Good.
We'll come back to that in a minute. We're going to join Tor Tomlinson, I hope, on the water. Certainly a decent-looking picture this morning, Tor. We've got some breeze, I believe, around about 8 knots.
Good morning, team. Yes, we are out on the racecourse at the moment, and we have about 8-10 knots, similar conditions to yesterday morning. The main difference is a little bit left of where we started. The breeze is forecast from the south and then swinging a little bit right throughout the day, and building a bit as the breeze goes round. So very similar course to yesterday, and I think what this means is for our tacticians and navigators and strategists is that they will have kind of got used to this race course yesterday and will have more of a feel for it. So they'll be thinking about where they can make the gains, where they want to be on the line, and really ready to go. There was a lot of hustle and bustle around the dock this morning, and the nice thing about having 3 races in the day is that more teams can have more opportunities to find a positive from that day that they can carry into the next day and think, this is what went well, this is what didn't, and more chances for people to get up there in the top 3, top 5. I think we might be a little bit further offshore today, which will affect the current a little bit. Interestingly, I was chatting to Murray Jones from Sled this morning, and he said that the current yesterday was actually pretty even across the course. He was also talking about that left shift that was coming in the afternoon. There was gains to be made out there on the left-hand side of the course, which is what we saw when Gladiator head out there. But he also said that as we're getting the racing off, about an hour earlier today, then we might not see that left shift come in as much later in the afternoon. So I'd expect the right to be strong this morning. Might see a little bit more of the Gladiator and platoon guys starting in near the committee boat and heading into the shore for that breeze. But yeah, it's looking beautiful. Maria's just getting the warning signal going, and yeah, off for race 4 of the TP52 World Championships here in Barcelona.
Thanks, Tor. So knowing what we know from yesterday, Stu, how would you expect Maria to set up the line, you know, with the potential of an advantage on the right side of the course?
It's always a tricky thing to do for a race committee. I mean, ultimately, your goal is to provide a fair line, and if you try and outthink the sailors too much, especially at this level, you can get yourself into a little bit of trouble. But you know, given that we saw some advantage there to the right side of the course, and I think in general, just to spread people down the line a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, you know, a couple of degrees of pin bias. But I don't think, you know, Maria's a savvy professional. She's been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, of course.
She's not going to try and outthink these guys.
No, of course not. Of course not. But I think one of the key things with Maria, as is the general trend, I think, with the very top race officers, is she does take a lot of input from the after guards. She spends the morning talking to them and taking their input. Particularly, she has 2 or 3 that she really trusts, and they has a lot of local input as well in terms of the weather. But I think the key thing, you'd imagine she'd do something similar to yesterday, where she set a fairly straight line first time out, and then looked at it for the second race, and there was a little bit of pin bias, and we saw that used to good effect. But Stu, tell us, what would be your kind of general strategy if you're a little bit further down the fleet at this stage, knowing that we've got a 3-race day? I mean, say for example your Phoenix or Sled, for example, one good race and a couple of bad ones.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful to try and get too aggressive here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you are looking at the you know the standings for this regatta, and you're thinking that maybe with the shortened regatta that the win, the World Championship may be slipping from your grasp, I think the answer is not to sort of go crazy, but rather to get back to grinding and look for 2 things. One, look for some steady improvement. Look for some ways you can find some positives to take away from the regatta. And 2, you know, there is an overall series to consider, and while you know you may not be able to climb your way back all the way to the top of the World Championship standings, you still can look at the overall season series and see where you can make some gains.
And one thing I say, well, certainly we saw yesterday, Platoon, the little bit of red mist returning to Vasco Voscotto's vision, and unfortunately getting these 2 penalties. Obviously, they have to avoid penalties. Mistakes like that are crucial. Well, you have to avoid them. We saw it yesterday. I mean, I think Interlodge had one, right, and put them right in the back of the fleet. And you know, Platoon picked up a couple there, and they, you know, went to the back of the fleet. So in this fleet, you know, 2 circles are deadly. There's just not enough runway, not enough shifts, not enough changes in velocity to make any kind of significant gains. And once you get behind, people are just not going to let you pass without absolutely
a dogfight.
So that's the key watchword, I think, or watchwords on board Platoon just now. Otherwise, they had a pretty decent day. What's interesting, though, I mean, Vasco was back along seeing the umpires after racing, and there was some fairly heated discussions to start with, which kind of dissipated, and clearly he felt aggrieved that you know, there was a certain amount of subjectivity in the decisions in his perspective, and I think he was placated in the end. But the key thing really is just don't get in these situations. But a minute and a half to go. Tor, what's your thoughts?
Andy, we're just heading into the start at the moment, and we've actually got Gladiator on the pin end of the line down there with Allegre, and then we've got Provezza in sort of the middle of the pack, possibly playing it a bit safe, you know, giving themselves some options, and they've got Quantum just below them, and closest up to the committee boat end is Value and Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus are just making it a little bit different for the Value guys at the moment, just killing some time up there. But yeah, we've got quite an even spread, and all the bows are kind of forward and at a similar level, so there's a chance here that everyone kind of lets each other go and get quite a nice start. So it's going to be about what end of the line is right and who is hitting that line with speed.
You know, the one thing they were saying today in the Quantum meeting was all the starts, people were a boat length or 2 off the line, with the current really pushing people back, and I think you see a more aggressive approach here. They're not straight lining it from a minute 15 out. They're approaching a little more cautiously, so they have the ability maybe to manage that time and distance more accurately. But
indeed, that's what Terry said when he came ashore. He just said first race he hadn't really accounted for the time, and their timing was wrong.
yeah,
But
you could see Vayu and Alpha Plus just putting themselves in trouble there at a minute. They were way too far to windward. And,
I mean, the key thing there is Vayu just spending too long protecting Alpha Plus to windward and paying a penalty. Although, as we've seen many times this season, you come in late with speed and then flip over. It's really all about what Sled decide to do.
yeah, they were in just a tough spot from early on, well past the ley line for the committee boat.
A good start from Provezza and Quantum. Quantum had the bow down early and we're going fast. And I think that's probably one of their best starts. That certainly was what Terry's feedback yesterday was. They had 3 poor starts, and they've got themselves a nice lane there, got on the line with good speed. And we have the Sled tacking off early, Vayu tacking off early.
And then Provezza coming over as well. So certainly some teams that had the choice that are favoring the right side early here in this race.
Interesting to see what Quantum do now. So they have control of that left-hand group straight away. Their main rival in some respects is Provezza.
Well, it looks, according to the tracker, they have flopped over as well. So
yeah. But lighter conditions at this stage, as Tor pointed out, we're an hour earlier than we were for our first start yesterday. So breeze is still quite light. Reasonable start, I think, from Phoenix further up the pack, out to the left. Certainly Alpha Plus came out of that not quite as they wanted. Let's see how it plays out for Vayu and Sled. But Stu, I mean, one of the key takeaways from our chat with Guichet this morning was exactly as we were saying yesterday. It's so much about VMG, letting the boat do the work, trying not to get involved in traffic, sailing just to maximum speed when the course is relatively even on both sides, and they did that well yesterday. And they seem to be setting up to do the same kind of thing, just trying to stay clear of traffic, clear of trouble.
They are, but they're putting themselves out there, right?
Yeah,
Again,
yeah, of course.
They're out on the left side here, and we saw Gladiator yesterday, separating from the fleet to an extent. I think in the majority of their beats, it worked out, but it's whether that's sustainable to continually go against the grain with 10 of the world's best tacticians here is that remains to be seen.
Indeed, but as he was saying, he felt that both sides were relatively even, and if you can sail the boat at max speed in an open lane, then you can profit. But early leader, according to our tracking, GeoVision tracking, is Provezza and Quantum Racing, started side by side off the line.
Yeah, and now we have the entire fleet over here on port tack, heading toward that right side. So even if you feel that the fleet is even, and you're on that left side, you don't want to let everyone get away from you. If you feel the course is even, rather, you don't want to let everyone sort of sail away from you and potentially risk them getting something on that right side.
Indeed, you'd imagine a little bit less current on the inshore side of the upwind.
Yeah, as Luis was saying, the current here seems to be stronger than it's ever been.
Yeah,
up to a knot at times.
So on board with Phoenix, a good second race yesterday. They're second place, but otherwise they're lying in sixth place with a 7th and a 6th yesterday.
I feel like they had some moments yesterday where they were really showing us something and felt like they were going to be up there, and it didn't end up breaking their way, which is the challenge in this fleet, is things can go well and then all of a sudden.
Yeah, especially as again with Ed Beard coming in, although he sailed with the team many times before on both of the Plattner family's 52s. It's a big challenge to come in and get it at close to 100% from the off. So overhead with Sled. Sled won the second race yesterday. We had 3 races, 3 different winners.
Right, not only 3 different winners, but 3 different boats that really seem to have it dialed. I think I said this quite a bit yesterday. Was each race there was one boat that really had it down for that race, but they couldn't sort of sustain it for the next race. And Sled won the second race, and then in the third race ran into all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, kind of the pattern that we quite often see. It's been a long time since we've seen a boat dominate. In fact, I would say the last time that we saw a boat dominate was Sled way back in Porto Cervo in 2019, when they won just about every race, changed their rig setup, had a whole bunch of new sails.
Interlodge
smoked it.
Interlodge with a strong start here, Andy, and in a nice position, you know. So it's right in the middle there, where they're able to sort of cover both sides of the course and take advantage of whatever wind shift comes their way. You know, they may not be leading according to the tracker here, but I think you would love to be in that position, you know, in the front row, in the middle of the course, and with options.
Just talk to us what you think about Quantum having Quantum come off the line with speed, potentially the best speed, and they're 4th. Again, tough to make too many judgments at this stage. It's really, you know, you're looking at minute differences here, but you know, one of the interesting things in going through that debrief, you know, the challenge here is, I mean, there are so many variables with these boats. You know, some of them are working 2 or 3 mainsails, you know, in rotation, along with 4 or 5 jibs, you know, 4 or 5 spinnakers, and then all the controls. And so the amount of time that you get in a specific condition with a specific sail setup is really limited. And you have to rely, you know, both on the science, what the sailmakers are telling you, and how they're telling you to set up the boat, and then your instincts, because you don't necessarily have the ability to say, oh, well, in 9 knots with this sail setup, these are the conditions, these are the things we do. You're constantly evolving, and you're evolving all the way through the season, and then you got to start again. So that to get back next year, you have a baseline, but you've got a whole new set of sails, some new advancements in the rig, possibly a new boat, and you're constantly doing this process. And there's not enough days in the year to really get it all together. That's your coach's job, isn't it? And that's where James really does come into his own. And as you say, the amount of data, it's millions of data points processed by the experts who work remotely overnight, and James gets his output, which he then interprets for the teams. But as you rightly pointed out, Interlodge going well in the middle of the track.
And now we have Gladiator going back to that left side. So once again, Tony Langley happy to punch
back
away
himself,
from the fleet and back his predictions. And also, I think the other important thing you said is back his team's ability to sail the boat well, sort of on their own, with a little bit of freedom, allowing the boat to sort of sail up and down, depending according to the wind shifts, and not necessarily in relation to other boats.
Well, let's see. But in the meantime, Sled and Prevetsa, who are on the right of the Upwind. Tor, what are you seeing? Presumably you're on the right side beside Sled and Vayu. We've not quite got Tor for the moment. I think she's heading up to the windward mark, but right seems to be strong just now. Sorry, go ahead, Tor.
Yeah, I was just saying that I'm watching Quantum just slipping back there as well in the middle of the course, and you know, they seem to have a really nice start next to Phoenix and Prevetsa. But what Cam Dunn from Phoenix was saying to me this morning was that there was these little bullets of breeze all over the race course yesterday, and I think we're seeing similar again today, and which makes it really difficult and important to make sure you're changing gears and making the most of those little puffs. So you know, maybe they're just struggling a little bit with their gear changes maybe, and you know, Prevetsa and Sled out here on the right with us are doing a really nice job at that, you know, changing the gears, keeping the speed on. They might also have a little bit of dirty air there now from Interlodge, and I think, you know, you kind of made your bed by this stage in the beat, and they're going right, and it wouldn't be so good for them to tack off there. It's interesting seeing such a big split up the beat. We didn't have that as much yesterday. I can see Gladiator quite far, maybe off to Ibiza or something on the left-hand side of the course. But it worked well for them yesterday, and you know, they gained 3 or 4 places back on that beat. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we've got, you know, that similar shifts that we had yesterday, or if this right-hand side of the course is going to pay. At the minute, Sled and Prevets are looking really nice. I really like Prevets' clean start. They took a bit of the bias, I think, and then tacked off relatively quickly. Whereas, you know, Phoenix, I thought, had the best start of the pack. They've opted to go left for a bit longer. So yeah, only time will tell when we get to the top half of this beat. I'm liking the right at the moment, but yeah, we'll see. Left could come good on the second half.
You know, Tor, I'm not sure if you're seeing it there, but if you look at the tracker, just in the last 30 seconds or minute, it seemed that Prevets got a little bit of a right-hand shift, was bow down for a little bit on port tack, and then flopping over onto starboard now. And so that right shift that we sort of had seen yesterday early on may be showing up right now.
So Vayu just a little bit off.
Yeah, definitely. They've just tacked over onto that, and they're looking really, really strong there.
Vayu have just tacked over as well. We'll see whether they make the gain. They're a little bit further back behind Sled and Preveza. Quantum coming over to this right side. However, the tracker showing a gain offshore to Gladiator just now, but for sure I think we're seeing the bows coming up a little bit on Sled and Preveza in this what appears to be a right-hand shift.
You know, according to the tracker, it looks they maybe are just a little shy of ley line, which when from that far out is probably the call. You don't want to necessarily go all the way to the ley line at the moment, because if you do get a shift, then
you're overlaid.
You're overlaid, and so you give yourself a little bit of wiggle room to come back. And of course, for the boats that come later, Quantum, as we're seeing now, one of the later boats is set up on the starboard ley line. They have to sort of make the call of whether they're going to try and find that ley line and hopefully gain a little bit by not having to do those 2 extra tacks that some of the other teams might have to do as they get close to the mark.
So let's watch and see what happens with Gladiator coming in from that left side. They're still on starboard, are they? From what we can see, no, they're actually.
No, they've tacked over onto port. They have really pushed into that corner. They are on the ley line here, according to the tracker. So really committed to this side, and
seem to be moving quite well, as you were saying yesterday. Hardly any helm movement from Gege Parada on the helm.
Yeah, a little bit of a lesson there for all you young drivers. You know, throwing it around may look cool.
It's not for chopping wood and stirring porridge.
Two of your favorite activities, I know, Andy.
Thank you very much. Anyway, as Stu said, an object lesson, and I think respect is due to Tony Langley for passing the helm to Gege, and he is learning and he is loving it, and it's a big step for an owner to do that.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see the effects of that right shift. I think you're going to see Gladiator sort of fall down the rankings here as these boats close in together, and the boats on the right sort of slowly climb back up. But you know, a tough first beat here for Quantum, having started well, and now just really they seem to be a little bit off the pace at the moment. They'll be looking to change some gears, or maybe even change some sails. You know, one of the things that they mentioned this morning in the meeting is talking about the crossover between sort of their light main and their medium main, or light medium main, and where that is. And I would bet that it's right about the wind speed we have right now. So whatever call they made, they may be reassessing that when they get done with this race and thinking about whether another sail would be better.
Of course, Prevets are sailing with a lot of confidence, huge experience on board, and as we pointed out at the end of yesterday's program, actually they opened their lead net on the circuit. I think it's 25 points now. Our owner Ergen Imrie there at the back of the boat, loving his season. Really rejuvenated his love for the sport. It's no secret. We've said it many times, he was giving up in the middle of last season felt they weren't making progress, made some big changes over the winter, and reaping the dividend now. And just as always, a little reflection there. We have top 6 boats, all owner drivers, other than Privetz, of course. 5 of the top 6 owner drivers.
And what do you think we're expecting out of this forecast, Andy? Have you seen?
It's hard to say.
Build. Are we going to see maybe some wind shifts as we come through the day? Is there?
I think it will be fairly shifty through the second part of this race, and we generally would expect some kind of thermal enhancement for the second and third race from maybe an hour's time.
You mean it's going to get hotter?
No, it's the breeze is going to build. I mean, we're talking 15, 16 knots max, according to some of our navigators.
Back here, yeah.
So, Tor, how's it looking now?
So we're just got up to the top mark. I'd say that Privetz are laying at the moment. It's hard to say. The current was actually a bit stronger than we thought it was this morning. Cam Dunn was saying that it was about 1 to 1.2 knots actually up here, and that's why we saw teams struggling to get around that top mark. You know, they thought that they were laying, and actually but it was a bit late by the time that they were having to then think about it and bail out. So sled definitely on the lay line. Privetz will be working hard to make sure they get up there. I can see them fully hiking, and if they do get up there, then that'll be a really, really big win for them. They're just, you know, making those little gains, sailing that a little bit less distance than everyone else. Gladiator coming in from the left. Allegre just bounced them a little bit there, and it doesn't look like they've made the big gains out there, but I'd expect them to be slotting in behind this leading pack here. So we've got Privetz probably a minute out from the mark here, and Sled maybe just in front of them now.
Yeah, I think Gladiator's bet on the left side here is not going to pay off, judging from the tracker there currently. I think it looks maybe just in front of 1 or 2 boats. If Privetz is able to make this lay line, I mean, that's a big gain. If they have to do 2 tacks, you may see Sled rounding in front here. But boy, they're squeezing every bit of height out of this situation right now.
Just go back to
on the edge right there. Really, I mean, this is just nervous moments for the team.
Indeed,
right here. But
just going back to what I was just saying, this is where the pro driver very often earns his crust. And
I think
navigator Nacho Postigo is hugely experienced, and I don't think they're going to struggle there too much, depending whether Sled come down on top of them. And the key thing there is you just see they start to bring the bow up as early as possible, just to protect against Sled as much as anything. Keep the bow in front, keep the power on, and it is Privetz round in first ahead of Sled. And a little bit of a gap back to third, which is almost certainly going to be Platoon. Platoon actually have quite a nice lay line there as well. Phoenix will just go and
try and sneak in there. That is going to be a tight cross there. We saw Platoon try that yesterday, and that's where they got one of the wins. They got dinged there. They look like they are across Quantum though, however. Allegre doing a big duck. I suspect it's going to be the same as going to be true of Gladiator. So tough to come in on the port lay line in this fleet. There just is rarely enough room. Looks like it's getting quite light at the top there. Maybe even a little bit of a shift. You're seeing some of these boats really struggling to get around that mark.
And of course, correspondingly then, the advantage to the top 2 boats multiplies going downwind with the current, while the other boats are just coming into the top marks. Quantum, they're struggling quite a bit, aren't they?
Yeah, they're in they've come back a little bit, and now they're in a difficult position, but they're a bit of a blocker on that mark. If they can get past it without hitting it, it looks like they were just able to squeeze around there. You know, Phoenix actually seemed to come out of that all right. I would not have slotted them that high a minute out from the mark, but they have come around there in 5th place, which is you know, and with a gap behind you, which is nice, because then it gives you a little bit of freedom to figure out what you want to do on the run. If you want to jibe early, if you want to keep going, you have that ability.
Correspondingly, also Interlodge came round in 4th, which is pretty useful. So 9th and 10th are Allegre and Gladiator. And for sure, as I said, the gain multiplies for Preveza and Sled first down onto the downwind with that little bit of extra boost from the current.
Yeah, Preveza continues to do everything right. Fairly early jibe here, and you're seeing some of the top 3 boats there follow suit. Sled, and then platoon of all jibed over.
Preveza, of course, going into the day with a 2-point lead over Gladiator, 3 points over Allegre. Gladiator and Allegre at the moment 9th and 10th.
Looking quite light out there on the water. I think this is lighter than any of the races we had yesterday. Crew really far forward, keeping that bow down, reducing the wetted surface.
And of course, you have the current moving with you, then the apparent is reduced.
You watch those crew constantly moving. You know, this is one of the hidden aspects of it being a team sport. You think, well, downwind, it's just the driver, the trimmer, the tactician. But no, these guys are on their toes the whole way, especially in this light stuff, because you really have to constantly be adjusting the boat. You know, ideally, you're moving the weight and steering the boat that way, as opposed to allowing the rudder to move. Every time you turn that rudder, it's a little bit of a break.
The Quantum seem to be actually moving quite well relative to the boats offshore.
Interesting to see Quantum with their jib still up here. Or is that a Staysail? It's no, Staysail. Sorry, Staysail. There we go. That makes more sense. But the top, so you see the top 3 boats. Are you seeing Staysails there? They're just very light.
But certainly the fleet quite spread now between Preveza and Allegre. Allegre over 600 meters behind. Speed's generally actually fairly even. Alpha Plus momentarily quickest.
And you can see sort of this is a good view here of the Barcelona Sea State, which often we talk about with the America's Cup, but it's lumpy, and it also seems to be coming from a lot of different directions. So, you know, oftentimes it's a bit of the luck of the draw, whether, you know, the waves sort of end up, or the troughs come together at a certain point and provide you a bit of a hole, which you drive the bow into and stop the boat, and those can really determine success on a run. You know, the ability to sort of avoid those big waves, those big holes, whether it's motorboat wake or just sort of some of the random waves. That's really crucial.
Anyway, platoon bouncing back a little bit from that 9th yesterday, which they need to do. In 3rd just now, pursuing Sled, but actually the top 3 boats relatively clear. Interlodge going out to the right. Cameron Appleton calling tactics, supported by Adam Bischel. Didn't see who the navigator was, but for sure it's Juan Villa yesterday.
You know, yesterday we had people really favoring the right side, especially if you had the opportunity around early. You know, the sort of the left side, favoring the right side. This upwind right side, this leg. But yesterday we're pretty happy to continue on starboard, which maybe we're seeing a little bit of a wind shift since we know there seems to be more current offshore.
Quick on board with Value there, Don Whitcraft on the helm. Dylan does the runners just behind him. And then to leeward there you have Nick Rogers, double Olympic 470 medalist. We're talking about their
nice crew work. Yeah, look at that. And when they're not moving around, right, trying to reduce the air drag. It may not be the 40 knots of the AC40, but every little bit hurt counts.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, in the meeting this morning, one of the things they were talking about is Value's mode, having a bit of a lower mode than the other boats. We talked yesterday about their ability in light air, strength in light air, being a slightly older boat, a little bit less wetted surface, and that certainly would play out here. light air downwind, maybe giving them a little bit of an advantage to sail a little bit lower than some of the other boats. Of course, they've got a lot of work to do in this race, 614 meters behind. But you know, maybe it's not about grinding back to first, but here just getting yourself back in the middle of the fleet. Get a keeper.
There's a little bit of extra rivalry with Alpha Plus. Certainly Alpha Plus, their initial benchmarker value, I think, coming into the circuit. Value joined us last year. Or sorry, last year was their first full circuit, and started well back in Bayona. Really impressive then, and they've been impressive pretty much ever since. Really, generally quite consistent.
Overall, there it seemed to be a little bit of a sort of a right-hand shift that's forcing these boats, or allowing them to sail a little bit lower on port jibe here as they come down the run. Not sure whether that's going to come back and give anything, but it appears that the decision made by the fleet here, you can see a pretty pronounced.
You kind of feel that Platoon are getting into sled a little bit, sled jibing at the same time, or just after Preveza. Tor, where are you? What can you see from your vantage point?
We're on the left-hand side of the course, looking downwind out here with Preveza and sled. Just watching most of the fleet jibe over in that little shift there. They're not far off the ley line to the bottom mark now, but I think that depending on which gate they want to go to, there's probably a jibe left in it for Preveza and sled. It's impressive that how much Preveza have managed to pull out on sled here. You know, they went round the mark around about the same time, and there's a similar gap between Preveza and sled as there is between sled and Platoon behind them. And if you remember at the top mark, there is quite a big gap between sled and Platoon. So Platoon's a good job catching sled.
So on board with sled there, Collie Parada at the back, Skip Baxter on the main sheet. Matthew Barber there, the forward grinder with the, I think, with the interesting facial hair. Hamish Pepper, tactician, really is having a great season, not just with the Preveza, going well in the RC44s and the Swan 50s as well. I mean, one of the things to do at this time of the season, guys like him and others who are doing 2 or 3 programs back to back, week on week, very hard to stay focused and not burn out. It's interesting how the different teams manage or own their sailors, if you like. Different philosophies.
Well, I think you see the value that they place on continuity.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's, I think that the days of just bringing in a hired gun to help you out in 1 or 2 regattas at this level really are gone. It's just the hired guns are all here. They're all the best, and then you're not going to sort of up the level at all. And what you really the advantage you're going to find, or the gains you're going to find, are from the team working seamlessly together and understanding all the information they're giving to the tactician and the way they work. And here we go. Preveza around this mark. Now, if we're basing it on the sort of the tracks, we were in a bit of a right phase earlier. It seems the breeze has gone back to the left here. So Preveza coming out on the right now what we think might be the favored port tack here. So they go around. Sled has a different idea. They're going to actually take quite a bit of distance to get over to that right mark. So they have a different perspective on how this beat may unfold. They may think there's an advantage up there on the left side.
Interesting then, Platoon coming into the right-hand mark, looking upwind.
Yeah, so the top 3 remain the same.
Interesting, because we can see Interlodge going on to that right mark, looking downwind. And at the same time, I think Phoenix coming in with a little bit more pace, going for a later drop.
Pushing it again.
Slightly less breeze, not quite as sharp an angle. Managed to get the kite into the boat as quickly as possible. I would call that a small gain relative to Interlodge.
Yeah, well, and you know, really strong rounding there from the Phoenix. You can see they're right up against that mark. They appear to have gotten that inside lane there. You know, if you were Interlodge, you may be thinking that maybe that was the fastest rounding, but would you have preferred something a little higher that would have been able maybe to force Phoenix away and give yourself a little more breathing room?
So let's watch and see how sled fares relative to race leaders Preveza to their right, and also indeed Platoon to their right. Platoon went round the right-hand mark. Vasco Vascotto and Jordi Calapat, the afterguard, along with Jules Salter. Quantum still sixth, not making really any impression on the boats in front of them.
So interesting to see sled. We saw them take quite a bit of distance to get over to that you know, sort of left side gate, the offshore gate there. But then they didn't spend much time on starboard tack before tacking back over. So a curious decision. I wonder if maybe they felt that Platoon inside had the inside advantage and they might have been forced to give them room. So rather than risk you know, rounding outside of a boat, they decided to take maybe the safer rounding, even though it meant potentially getting a little bit away from where they want to go. So it looks like we got Gladiator 7th there, or did Alpha Plus get around there in front of Gladiator?
Gladiator ahead of Alpha Plus, from what there may be a small gain to Allegri ahead of, well, maybe not. Anyway, Platoon going nicely in third. I feel made a little bit of certainly a little bit of gain in distance, I think, coming downwind relative to sled.
But look at Preveza. I mean, you know, they were basically dead even with sled at that windward mark. Yeah. It might have even given an advantage to sled, given that Preveza was quite slow, having had to pinch up to that windward mark, and now they've got a lead of over 150 meters. Really, some tremendous speed from John Cutler and Ergen and the whole team there.
With that chop we were just talking about on the other upwind, you can just see team working hard to minimize the impact of it. But Platoon and sled now close.
We should get Vasco a lounge chair, make it a little more comfortable back there.
I think he's better down there than pacing the deck like a lion. This is often the case. It'll be interesting. I know that our colleagues from IMG TV have got him mic'd up today. He agreed, so I'm not quite sure how many times you're going to have to bleep out his expletives. There were certainly a few yesterday, but nonetheless, Harmüller Spreer, max concentration. He's only really listening to Dirk de Ridder there, main sheet trimmer. A man of few words, but really one of the best main sheet trimmers and America's Cup winner.
You can see what they've done here, cross sheeting. I mean, this is an old J24 method here, right? Gets the jib trim up on the windward side. You know, I think in more breeze, in steadier breeze, you may lock that jib in and just hike, but here they feel it's important to have that jib active. So you can see, you can watch Ross Halsbro and Dirk de Ridder, both of whom have sailed together for many, many years, moving that sail plan sort of in sync, make sure they keep that slot open and keep the breeze flowing through and keep the boat going at maximum speed.
Back on board with Preveza. So Preveza have changed their sail designer for this year, bringing on board Grant Loretz, who sailed previously with Zura. Interesting point. We're talking about Platoon is one of the two teams in the fleet on Doyle sails. And Jordi Calafat is designer for the team. They were just looking at quick overhead of Nacho Postigo, navigator. There's a thing. Nacho won the very, very first year of the TP52s in the Med. Was on board Pisco Sur way back when.
Going back there.
Yeah.
Going back. You know, another interesting
With
point
Vasco,
about
yeah.
on Provezzo's sail design is, as I hear, that Robert Hook is
right,
doing
Hookie.
some work with the team as well.
Yeah,
Out of retirement.
he's the main sail designer that's come on board.
Yeah. So veteran New Zealander, America's Cup guy going way back with tremendous amount of experience. So.
Let's say he works very closely, obviously, with Grant Loretz. And for sure, that's one of the key elements of their successes so far this season. It was previously Juan Messiger, who is now with American Magic. So Vasco's back on his feet.
Look at how high they have that Traveler. They're really squeezing everything they can out of this right now. They're well above center line on that on the boom there. Traveler all the way up and still sheeted pretty firmly.
Really getting a little bit lighter. You just see the body weight coming in. Geordie there just to weather. Looks like Sled got back through them potentially on the left. Let's see, we're going back. We'll see this cross in a few seconds, I think. Yeah, Platoon still to weather.
Well, that's potentially a lead change there for Platoon, taking over second place from Sled right now. Although that's a tenuous spot, especially in light air. Yeah. This is where really, you know, the skill of your driver and the trimmers is just so essential, because they are one lull, one bad wave from falling into the bad air of Sled and having to tack away.
And they're going to tack away anyway, I think.
Yeah, there we go.
So they're doing. But of course, this is all to the advantage of Provezza, which are over 140 meters clear on this.
Yeah.
Vasco's asking a cruising boat to remove themselves from their line.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to.
I think that's a
universal for that one.
Universal signal.
Get out of my way.
Please get out of the way. Maybe not please. Maybe just get out of the way.
They're looking for a selfie. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, I think that, you know, I think what may be interesting here, obviously we have a huge lead here for goal boats, but I think that positions 4, 5, 6, 7 are very much up in the air here. It appears that some of the back markers in this race, Allegre, Vayu, Gladiator, have come back into play, and all sort of looking to take that 4 spot occupied by Interlodge. I think the top 3 relatively secure with, you know, almost 200 meters between them and 4th place. But there will be a strong battle for 4th, and we always sort of use that as our sort of demarcation line between a sort of what you can win a world championship with and what you can't.
But all to the good just now for Provezza. Looking pretty comfortable, but all to play for in the middle of the fleet, and very, very close just now between Sled and Platoon. Wonder whether that little hitch to windward.
Oh, those 2 hitches are going to hurt. They leave a mark in this light air. You know, I think that the advantage is the Sled, but there's enough leverage here.
Yeah. Remember, we saw the right-hander on this upwind.
Yeah, if they're able to get a little bend and maybe get around that mark, you wouldn't be surprised to see it work out in their favor.
But credit to Interlodge, you know, they're going nicely in 4th, with a little bit of margin back to Phoenix. Phoenix had that second in the second race. Ed Baird there surveying the wind round about us. Working with Cameron Dunn. Cam's a strategist. Shane Elliott, navigator there, crossing the boat.
Yeah, so Phoenix getting up toward the ley line here. We'll see whether they think they're on it or whether they think they have another tack in it. I think coming from where they are at this spot in the race, you would probably hope you can lay from there, get around get around on this tack and save yourself the extra spins. Here comes Sled back, and we'll see how they match up with Platoon. It looks like it's gotten in favor of Platoon here, so maybe there was a little bit of a right shift, a little bit more pressure, sort of just like we saw last race. It's interesting. Sometimes these things are sort of geographic. They sit on a race course in a particular spot, and sometimes they move down the race course as the wind, and determining the difference between whether it is a geographic or a sort of a oscillating wind shift is a particular challenge, but something these guys have seen quite a bit before.
I mean, we are obviously quite close to a big city on the right, looking upwind, and that will really impact on the breeze. And well upwind, we're in the docks of the port. Interlodge coming across Phoenix and will cover. Quantum really not being able to make any impact on the boats in front. But it's still quite close. There's only 30 meters or so, 3 or 4 boat lengths. But in the meantime, Privettes have gained another 30 or 40 meters. It was interesting listening yesterday to John Cutler talking about the impact or the influence of Santi Lange, just in terms of the detail and pointing out 1 or 2 little technical things, and really a sailor who has a great technical mind, great view of the race course, and is in the Privezza coach boat this week.
Also just a tremendous perspective, right?
Of
So
course.
many different things, accomplished so much and sort of endured a fair bit himself, and really sort of here to remind you that this is sailing.
Exactly. So he, of course, started the season, did a couple of regattas with Phoenix, but I think he had a lot going on with his own Olympic program, which he has drawn to a conclusion. And I'm sure he's very happy in the Privezza coach boat.
So just a quick hitch there from Privezza. They appear to have set themselves up on the ley line. If they are the indicator right, you'd see Sled, Interlodge both sort of putting themselves on that ley line. Values are, I think there's a couple boats, Phoenix, Quantum are below it, and we'll need another couple tacks to get around the mark.
But for sure in these light conditions, the Rolex boats are 1 and 2 at the moment. And that's, I wouldn't say that was any kind of coincidence. Certainly quick enough in the light breeze. I think we're in for a fascinating day, really. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the main protagonists being Platoon and Privezza. Platoon can keep themselves out of trouble.
Does that mean I should reschedule my nap?
No, you carry on. When's that due? Any minute now.
I like to leave it floating a little bit, but you'll know. You'll know. When it gets a little silent, just you have to look over here and make sure I'm still awake.
Keep with the intravenous excess energy. You'll be good to the end of the day. Yeah, a little bit of a distance, a little bit of a gap.
A number of boats seem to have overlaid this mark by quite a bit, as opposed to the last race when we had a handful of boats really working hard to get around. Sometimes that can create an opportunity for the boats that have maybe tried. You can see that boat there, and just coming in to see who this is here on the tracker coming in, or Phoenix coming in, and they have tacked a long way off, and maybe in a position to make this mark.
They're in a position to make a gain, surely, aren't they?
Could set them up well, and maybe it catches a boat in front of you, or maybe it just simply puts you in a position to attack on the run, and in this light air, being close behind someone is a pretty powerful position. It enables you to maybe jump them on a jibe and carry forward to the mark. Here we go.
So Tor Prevets around with a comfortable lead in the top mark last time up in this first race of the day, penultimate day of racing. Big 3-race Friday.
Yes, a really nice masterclass from Preveza coming around that top sort of third of that beat. They actually, Platoon were on that line, and Preveza came in and just tacked on top of them, forcing Platoon to go out a bit further. Then Platoon started getting involved with Sled again, and just went to their line as well, and wanted to make sure that they put themselves between the mark and Sled, which they have done, and we've got Platoon coming round in second place, but Preveza are already Spinnaker up around the spreader mark with a big lead there. But yes, Phoenix not far off that lay line. They might struggle a little bit with Sled in the dirty air. I think they're just going into attack now, and it looks to me like Quantum have made some gains. We've got Sled coming round in third place, and Interlodge doing well out there as well on the right.
Yeah, Phoenix unable to lay the line, so they're going to now be into this three-boat battle here with Phoenix, Interlodge, and Quantum.
Yeah, Phoenix a little bit of a down speed tack, first timer, and a little bit again. Meantime, Quantum coming in with pace, but unfortunately, I think they're going to have to end up going back behind Interlodge. But Quantum very much back in the match there. As you said, Stu, just picking up that shift coming in, making a little bit of a gain. Anyway, we were on board briefly with Platoon.
Right into a jibe there with Platoon, so separating. So here we are, Phoenix sneaking around just in front of Interlodge. Quantum hot on their trail in sixth.
So that really is the race now to the finish line, is between fourth, fifth and sixth. Allegra coming back into the match a little bit. 3 or 4 boat lengths behind the Quantum, but remember they were ninth first time up at the windward mark.
If it's Preveza, it's all working out in your favor. The boats behind you, you're able to jibe with the boats behind you, right? Everyone just sort of following, and you're able to play some defense, stay between, the competition and the finish line. Really couldn't be any better right now for Preveza.
So looking good for the Preveza. Still disappointed not to have had too many questions in from our social media channels over the course of yesterday. But do watch our channels after this regatta. We're launching a competition to bring fans, as yet an undetermined number of fans, to join us for the last regatta of the season in Puerto Portals.
Andy might even invite you into the commentary booth if he gets a little bored.
Indeed.
Come take my spot.
I think there will be no commentary booth in Puerto Portals. Unfortunately, we'll be on the water, which is one of the things with the last regatta. We'll be on their live light version. But who's going to win in the 2023 season title? I say 2 or 3 fans and fans' friends, I believe, will get the opportunity to come and join 52 Super Series, come behind the curtain and learn more about the world's leading Grand Prix Monohull circuit.
Appear to have lost Alpha Plus off the tracker here. Maybe if Tor's out there, can you give us a sort of an update on where you're seeing the Alpha Plus team in this race?
I think we're missing Tor's just having a little bit of a struggle with comms with her, but Interlodge pursuing Phoenix down this final run. Good match, of course. Interlodge previously was Azura and a past winner of the 52 Super Series championship title in 2019. And you still talk to Guillermo Parada and some of the Azura boys and that who are on different boats now, and their heart lies with that boat. They loved it. It's a boat they really worked hard to optimise, and really a great championship win for them in 2019.
Is the boat still out here racing in another form, or is it gone somewhere else? Interlodge. Oh, okay.
So when the boat went up for sale, then Austin and Gwen Ragaman jumped at the chance.
Never a bad place to start with the series-winning boat. And a good benchmark.
Indeed. And so there will be, I'm not quite sure exactly what the position is at the moment, but of course there'll be two very, very good TP52s, at least two coming on the market, or on the market now. If anybody fancies their chances, a team coming wants to take a step up into the highest level of monohull racing there is.
Start searching those couch cushions.
Exactly. Anyway, look at the margin that Privezza have now coming down this, and a quick update from our colleagues on GeoVision, just giving us the points standing. If the race positions stayed the same, Privezza would lead this regatta by 10 points. So from Platoon, Sled 1 point behind in 17. 7 points, yes, and Sled on 18, Gladiator 19 for Phoenix, 19 for Allegra. So really, really tight between 2 and 6, but Privezza stepping clear in a manner that you would previously have only seen before with Privezza, with Quantum Racing in years gone by.
Yeah, stepping clear in this regatta, stepping clear in the overall series. I mean, really, just the boat is dialed in. The tactical team is dialed in.
I think one of the interesting things again is more of what Guiche was saying, and what we're saying that Guiche has brought the Gladiator program. I think Privezza are much stronger in their processes, sticking to the same processes every day that work, and having confidence in the processes. So when you have one bad race, as I remember they did in Saint-Tropez, going into the last day, they could stick to the process, come back with the same mindset, and won the day and won the first regatta of the season. And really it's been rolling since then. And again, that's kind of what we're sure that Guiche has brought to the Gladiator team: rigid processes, timings, all the way through the day, and making sure they don't slip.
Yeah, every race you approach the same way, with the same sort of schedule, the same routine. You know, I think it gets everyone into a rhythm. You know exactly how things are going to go. There's no discussion about when you're going to put the jib up, or when you're going to ping the line, or what sort of things you're going to do before the start. It's and everybody knows, which I think allows people to then focus on really what's going to win you the race, which is looking up the course, setting the boat up right, figuring out the fastest sail settings.
Indeed, and I think the key thing is it means that everybody stays focused, and there's no downtime whenever somebody drifts off to have their lunch or dreaming or whatever. Then and that's one of the things that really has come into the regime for Gladiator this season, and have been on the podium twice, and fourth overall in the season standings. But Privezza then, remember, they went around the top mark just side by side with Sled, and now they're over 450 meters. So much easier that once you get a decent lead, you can sail the shifts and just do what you want to do, Stu.
Well, especially as we see in this lighter air with the lump, you know, the ability to sort of, when you want to put the bow down and pick up a couple tenths of a knot, you can do that and then get right back up. You know, you're not constrained by a boat in front of you or on your wind or worried about your lane. You know, the freedom for Hamish Pepper to just sort of sail where bring the boat where he wants to, and John Cutler to steer the boat as he would with no other boats around. It's tremendously powerful. And we've seen it each race, right? Each race we've seen the first place boat step away and really sort of the rich get richer. And then behind, it's a dogfight just for the minor places.
I think Platoon will be pretty happy with second, one way or another. Nice comeback after yesterday's aberration. Phoenix 20 or 30 meters ahead of Interlodge. I think they come out on top of that little tussle. It's about the small wins, isn't it, Stu? At times, celebrate the small wins.
Yeah, it's sort of about grinding back when you can. Not every race, especially in this light condition, is going to go your way. The teams that win world championships are the ones that turn 7s and 8s into 3s and 4s.
That is the challenge for Quantum at the moment, trying to get down through Interlodge, convert a 6th to a 5th. Not really too many opportunities, though. Big.
No, they've made their work hard for them this so far this week. They've constantly been sort of having to fight back. You know, I think they would expect to have a race like Provetsa's had, where you're able to get off the line, get a little bit of advantage and stretch away. That's, you know, you do need that every now and then, because sort of grinding through the fleet while it's satisfying is mentally draining, and not every call is going to go your way. So it's
yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You know, just kind of thinking that when you've spent so much of the season doing that and things not going to the optimum, shall we say, it's also very difficult, as you said, to really find the wood from the trees in terms of what's working for you, in terms of sale setups, and you know, you obviously got the data, but there's so much other noise going on at the same time. I think that's one of the Quantum things this season. Obviously, losing John Kostecki, changing navigators 3 times over the season so far.
Yeah, the noise was apparent. They looked at the data today. You could see sort of situations, you know, in the race where Quantum Racing had to bear away. And here we go, Provetsa across the line for the win here.
Indeed. Coming through for their 2nd win in a row. Won race 3 of the series, race 3 here. Pretty relaxed. Ergen looking quite happy, not getting too overexcited.
No, just a lot of very, very subdued handshakes there.
Indeed. However,
belying the.
Let's see how this one plays out. Then we have Platoon coming through the line shortly. This is a very comfortable win, really, in the end for Provetsa. Tor, you're back with us. Give us these finishes. We've just got the German team, the double world champions, coming through in 2nd, I think, bringing their challenge back onto the rails, as it were, after that 9th yesterday.
Yeah, really, really nice race for them. They certainly had a close race with Sled and really had to, you know, enforce their position on them. And they you know, had a couple of quite tactical tacks at the top of that beat, just making sure that they were the first round that top mark. And then they've held on to that 2nd place coming down the run. So it's Sled that's coming through the line at the moment in 3rd, and actually quite a big gap back to 4th and 5th. It's going to be quite close between Phoenix and Interlodge. The boat's on the left-hand side, looking downwind, coming in with a nice little bit of puff. It seems to have picked up a little bit from at the top mark, where it was really getting a little bit softer again now. So I think Phoenix might be able to just take the edge. The committee boat end is a little bit closer. It's going to be really, really close this finish here between the Interlodge team and the Phoenix team. Nice 4th or 5th place for Phoenix, you know, consolidating their good result yesterday.
Nice jibe from Interlodge, I think.
Help them climb up the table a little bit, and it's nice
it was
to
a
see
good
them
idea, but unfortunately just not quite picking up pace quick enough. But it still could get there. It's going to be very close. It's Interlodge coming in the last second, I think. Oh, great.
Oh, that boy doesn't get any closer than that.
Our picture dropped at just the wrong moment, but I think it's probably to Phoenix. Or it's given as Interlodge, but...
well, there's your answer. Juan Villa on the back of the boat there in Interlodge.
Juan Villa, a local hero.
Quantum Racing 6th. They sort of seemed like they had opportunities to go in both directions that race, but rounded every mark in 6th place.
Yeah. And then through in 7th will be Allegri. Allegri gained a couple of places round the racetrack, but considering they were up in 3rd and 2/3 yesterday in the 6th, 7th is not really what they were looking for. Ended up on the wrong side of that 1st upwind, as did Gladiator. Alpha Plus coming through for 8th. And it will be Vayu 9th.
Oh, it's going to be tight here between Vayu and Gladiator. Another photo finish here, Andy. I think Vayu looks like they're going to get this, but boy, it is close.
Bow down and just...
yeah, I think we'll give that to them.
So, Gladiator then 2 seconds yesterday in a 7th in the middle race, dropping to 10th. It's a real roller coaster, I think, was what you described, how you described it yesterday with them. And the roller coaster keeps going with the Big Dipper.
Yeah, well, so if you're Gladiator, do you separate from the fleet again on the next first beat? I mean, it's it worked for them a little bit yesterday. It did not in this first race here. And maybe some more conservative tactics, because they seem to have the speed yesterday to hang with the top group. You wonder if it's worth it to really separate. I mean, you put yourself out there, you don't quite know, what you're getting out there. You're really sort of gambling it all and see how.
What would be your interpretation of the of Quantum then in that race? As you were just, we were agreeing that they had opportunities. They came off the line nicely, and they just seemed to end up in the traffic and not able to get past boats. A certain amount of that is due to the breeze. It's a reasonably settled breeze. There's not really that many obvious passing lanes, and obviously the level of the fleet.
Yeah, you can look at it a variety of different ways. It's entirely possible that they happen to hit a hole at the wrong time. They're set up well. They come off the line in good speed, good pace, and in good position, and they run into, a little bit of less wind that doesn't seem to get the boats around them, and they drop back 2 or 3 lengths, and then all of a sudden you're taking transoms and your lanes close down, and you turn yourself from first or second into 6th or 7th, because they seem to hold serve the rest of the race, but. It does seem like they're scrapping a little bit. If you were analyzing this race, you probably would say, hey, looks like they maybe could go for a gear change, maybe whether it's a different mainsail or a different jib, or maybe just some adjustment on the rig, and maybe find the gear that we know they have. Yesterday, one of the things they said in the debrief yesterday is they felt their speed was very good downwind. They won a couple of the runs on elapsed time and were sort of top 4 in all of them. But we didn't see the passing lanes they found yesterday. Yesterday they were able to find those lanes downwind. Maybe a little tougher today because there was less consensus in which way to go downwind. Yesterday we had the bulk of the fleet going out on starboard and then coming back, allowing opportunities for boats that were willing to sort of separate from that. So.
Anyway, let's have a look back at race number 4. The first, what we imagine will be 3 races. Stu, talk us through the first part.
Yeah, well, so we had, sort of a little bit more of a aggressive start in terms of the boats stacking up on the line a little earlier, but still everyone came off with their own lane, with the exception of Vayu and Alpha Plus, the windward mark. Provetsa seemed to do well, had to squeak around the windward mark there, allowing Sled back into the game. They basically were tied for first in this point, Platoon in third. But then from there, Provetsa just seemed to get everything right and just stretched away here. You'll see them right here. They were able to turn that lead from basically an even lead there into more. They sled there, choosing the offshore mark, which may have cost them a little bit. Maybe that's what allowed Platoon to get from second into third. You can see there Platoon and Sled overlapped at one point. Platoon was able to take advantage of that and carry forward to get the second race. You can here's Platoon setting on that offset leg. And there's what it looks like. There's Provetsa crossing the line with just another strong win.
Platoon getting through in second.
Yeah, exactly. And then Sled coming through with third, which for them a good rebound after that tough last race yesterday.
Likewise for Platoon. So there is the standings after 4 of what we imagine will be an 8-race series. So it's ostensibly halfway through. Provetsa leading by 7 points with 2 wins back-to-back. Platoon in second, now on 17 points. Sled third on 18 points. Fourth, Allegri 19. 20 for Phoenix. Gladiator 21, dropping right down from second after yesterday's racing. And then Quantum in 7th, Vayu 8th, Interlodge 9th, and Alpha Plus still in 10th. So that's what we have for you for the moment. We're going to have a quick break, or actually no, we're going to do the circuit standings, extending their lead at the top of the table now, 26 points for Preveza as opposed to 25 this morning. Platoon obviously keeping the pressure on with that second, and Sled in third, Quantum Racing fourth, Gladiator fifth, Allegra sixth, Value seventh, Interlodge eighth, Patrick, who are not with us, ninth, Phoenix in 10th, and Alpha Plus in 11th. So as I said, we're just going to take a short break while we Stu has a quick nap, and we'll join you again in a few minutes for race number 5.
Welcome back. We're inside the 5-minute build up into the second race of the day, race number 5 of the series. And Preveza have moved clear at the top of the table for this regatta. Winners of 2 regattas so far this season, and the circuit leaders. Never won the World Championship so far in the 7 or 8 years they've been on the 52 Super Series circuit. But looking good now, Stu.
Yeah, outstanding. And I think the question you have to ask now is now the time to maybe pull off the accelerator in terms of aggressiveness and really look to manage the fleet as you aim for both the World Championship and the season title, because they are in a really strong position to look at both right now. It's hard to see anyone coming through there. Of course, things do change, and they have changed, and will change. But at the way things are going now, they are the form team.
And I think one of the biggest rivals, I guess, are Platoon. Platoon had that bad race yesterday in the second race, but they're back on form and they're going quick, and they won the Royal Cup in Menorca. They know how to win World Championship, but really Preveza sticking to the processes, though they are pushing out to try and protect this right side, the committee boat end of the start line. And Tor Tomlinson, how are you seeing it on the water?
Hi Andy, back for race 2, race number 5 of the World Championships. We're just seeing everyone jiggling around to get their spot on the start line. Preveza actually led the fleet back from the right side. Everyone else was still on port, so they really know what they're looking for and what they want. I think we'll see them down towards the bottom half of the line, towards the pin end. And it'll be interesting to see, because that's actually a little bit of a different tactic they had to last time. They were towards more the committee boat end, and they tacked off quickly coming right. Again, opposite ends of the line, we have Quantum racing quite far out to the right, coming in now with just dipping below Interlodge and Vayu, opting to go a little bit closer to committee boat. So yeah, quite a wide spread at the moment. I think, as we saw in the last race, the right did pay going up the beat, but as Cam Dunn was saying this morning, you know, getting a good start is the first step into winning the race at the 52 Super Series. And when all 10 boats are trying to get that same good start in the perfect place, only one person's going to get it. So yeah, I'll be interesting to see Preveza with a really, really nice gap below, with Allegri down below them as well. I think they're shaping up for a nice start, as well as Phoenix down at the pin, stretching their legs, nice speed and lots of wiggle room. It's piling up a little bit at the committee boat end.
Does indeed. Just watching how Quantum are trying to find their position, still working hard to protect, to try and build some runway to leeward. Preveza very much kind of on time, on distance, in the middle of the fleet. Nobody really pushing them either side at the moment. Platoon protecting against Quantum. Quantum being shut out a little bit at 20 seconds to go. You don't really want to be head to wind like that, but in the end, the gap opening up. Bows down, maximum speed. Look at the opportunity, the space that Preveza have. Really, that's a golden opportunity for them to just go time and distance on the line. All clear calls Maria, and Quantum Racing in all kinds of trouble at the committee boat end of the line.
I'm not sure quite what they were doing there. They had the opportunity to put the pedal down and go for it, and they seem more interested in sort of closing the door on Interlodge.
That is just comms, isn't it? It's communications breakdown with an afterguard which is not used to themselves, or not used to each other.
A lot of interest there in the boat end. I mean, 4 or 5 boats really wanted the boat end. We haven't seen that. We didn't see it yesterday at all. We saw it a little bit the first race today, and more in this race, which is somewhat surprising considering that really, you know, the winners in these races seem to be coming out of the middle of the starting line, and there's not.
Seen that we saw that with Preveza, with Sled in particular, on the previous race. Platoon obviously have the opportunity to tack across to the right. Interlodge and Gladiator pushing to the right early. Just looking there at Interlodge and Dave Armitage. Putting fine trim on the jib. A lot of whistles going on. Phoenix started off the pin end of the line.
Sounds like we got a little bit more breeze here, Andy. We weren't seeing did not appear to be cross-shooting the jib on those boats. Maybe just indication the breeze has settled in a little bit more and is a little bit stronger. So,
update from the water, Andy and Stu. That was a penalty to interlodge from the start line there. I think they went in a gap that wasn't quite theirs between Quantum Racing and the committee boat, and I saw a lot of arms being thrown up by the interlodge guys, and obviously they fouled Quantum at the start there, so big blow for them. They're just completing their turns at the moment, but yeah, they had a nice spot there below Gladiator, but they'll have to go find a new spot after having doing their turns. Quantum were being pinned at the start by Gladiator as well, which stopped them turning up off to go. But yeah, interlodge penalties.
Indeed, I think it was interlodge that impeded Quantum at the leeward gate yesterday. It caused all kinds of problems. But let's watch this in a little bit more detail. And Quantum really had the upper hand there. There was didn't have any problems if they just brought the bow down rather than trying to close the door on interlodge.
Yeah,
interlodge clearly not responding.
Don't quite know what the advantage was there. I mean, it's something we can maybe check with Terry and Victor and the brain trust there on Quantum and see what they were really thinking.
And it's just that, presumably just trying to keep the door closed on them, but they kept the door closed too long, which meant they were slow off the line. Well, there is a particular rivalry between Quantum and interlodge, of course. Anyway, Phoenix are early leaders according to the tracker. Sled and Preveza nicely off the middle of the line, as we saw in the previous race. On board with Phoenix are early leaders of this race number 5.
Traveller maybe halfway up as opposed to all the way up we were seeing yesterday.
Certainly a little bit more breeze.
Yeah, boats looked a little bit more powered up. Crews out on the rail, fully hiking. Maybe we'll see them sliding back a body or two as they sort of manage that. One of the things they were discussing this morning in the briefing was the trim of the boat, bow down, 1 degree, 2 degrees, flat, that sort of thing. And really crucial with these boats is how they manage the position of the body weights. It's not just all about getting it out, it's also about making sure that the boat is particularly balanced. But when speaking of balance, there we have Preveza just really showing that they really just seem to be going well. I mean, of course, it all looks easy when we're looking here from the drone angle, but the results have seen it, and we'll see. Right, they're currently a little deeper in this race, but if anyone has the ability to come back, it's them.
Big Quantum and
that may be a tracker thing. Here they come, Preveza leaping through the fleet.
Should be seeing them just the weather of Platoon. Nice drag race in the early stage of this second race of the day. A little bit more sparkle on the water, a little bit more breeze, I'm quite sure.
So after trying the left for the last couple of races, Gladiator will give the right a try.
Certainly on the flank once again. And to be fair, I don't think their start was what they wanted. I'm quite sure they wanted the right, but whether they wanted to be quite so far to the right. However,
they were in a tough. Gladiator was in a tough position. I mean, the fact that they actually came out of there in a decent spot is pretty remarkable. They had to duck 2 or 3 boats, inside of 30 seconds and try and find a hole, which, of course, those boats that have established their position are not very keen to let you sort of slide in either to windward or leeward of them. So escaping out of that position, a lot of credit to Guillermo Parada for maneuvering the boat, keeping the speed up, and getting them into a position at least they could play. I mean, they may not be winning this race right now, but they are, in a position where they can move up.
a little view of what we have upwind. Or we momentarily have upwind off the racetrack. You have Montjuic up to the high right, which will influence the breeze a little bit. Gladiator just dropping a few degrees lower there.
Every team that can heading toward this right corner here. The few teams that were sort of unable to find a lane. Interlodge and Vayu, they're the ones that are forced out the left. So often on a one-way track like this, the rich get richer, and really the passing lanes for the teams that struggle off the line are just non-existent, which all the more reason why maybe a conservative start and not sort of trying to be among the 5 boats fighting for the boat end is really the
Case
answer.
in point being Preveza, really, as I was saying just seconds before the start, really they had their own real estate round about them, nobody troubling them. All they had to do was hit the line with maximum speed on the gun, and they pretty much did that.
Another advantage of going well in certain conditions, right, is people are a little bit less likely to start next to you for fear that they'll maybe find themselves in bad air. When you're going the way Preveza has, people tend to leave you a little bit alone.
It was interesting because I kind of thought just a minute or so before the start that Quantum are going to start beside Preveza. I was just thinking exactly that. Quantum cleared themselves and really, as you said, clearly wanted the right and ended up fighting for it a little bit too hard. However, they do have a reasonable position out to the right. Kind of just allured and probably hurt by Platoon for the meantime. But Phoenix coming across from the left. They started off the pin nicely, and they're in a pretty strong position there. Are Phoenix.
This was about the time in the last race we did see a little bit of that right shift coming into play. I think on both beats we saw it there. Whether it's still there remains to be seen, but something to look for is on the tracker is whether we start to see just a slight bend to the right in these boats track. It's always sort of very interesting to see how that happens. Turn on the long tracker here, the long tail with the tracker, and you can get a good look at exactly the angle these boats are steering upwind. And in fact, there is a bit of a bend again as they close on that ley line. We're seeing maybe a 5-degree shift to the right,
which is why I guess we're seeing Quantum going Platoon tacking to cover them. It's going to be interesting then to see how that plays out for Preveza versus Phoenix. Phoenix obviously will get that shift or that bend last, but they feel like
we saw this movie last race. Same position, same view, right? Platoon trying to hold its position on the hip of Preveza here.
Preveza in this case, previously it was Sled, of course, but Allegri coming in from the left, just behind Platoon. Don't think Platoon will be able to live there for very long. Phoenix still credited with the lead, seem to be. Yeah, they're quite nice there.
Yeah, they're going to be in a good position there. Question they have now is whether they want to cross these boats and head out to the ley line or lead them back out. Although maybe the cross not so guaranteed.
Yeah.
It looks like.
And the starboard tack advantage for Preveza.
Allegri in a position here to ping pong Platoon around a little bit. No, they're going to let him go.
And Phoenix tacking inside into the lee bow of Preveza, although I think Preveza probably have the momentum to roll them.
That's a really tough spot there for Phoenix, given how close this fleet is.
Yeah.
You may be currently the leader, but with these boats stacking up, trying to get to that ley line, you could end up taking 4 or 5 sterns before you're able to get around the mark. So, and Gladiator coming in, sort of clawing back on the starboard tack ley line. Or maybe not quite on the ley line, but getting close to it. And we just saw Sled ducking Allegri. We had Allegri just ducking Platoon, right? These boats, right now, very little between them. Very little between them, and as this is, the rankings according to the tracker here are there, but any one of these boats could end up rounding the mark in first or in sixth.
Completely, the tracker obviously just measures the distance to the windward mark. But I kind of like the position that Platoon have. And I think Vasco and Jordi Calafat trying to establish themselves out on that right side. As you said, Stu, Phoenix's position becoming more and more difficult unless they're getting more right shift. But I think that's kind of unlikely. They do seem to be getting bow forward on Preveza. Now Preveza having to come back, having just tacked.
Look at Gladiator charging back into this race. So the right hand coming good here for Tony Langley and Guillermo Parada and the team.
So we're just watching Phoenix. So as Stu said, Phoenix's position relative to the windward mark is good, but they do have to get out to the ley line at some point. Preveza have elected to go and put what they have in the bank just now.
And that's probably the smart call, or maybe not the safe call at this stage. When you're leading the regatta, leading the World Championships, I don't think you want to leave a windward mark running like this to chance. If you have a chance to consolidate and put yourself into a solid second or third place position, you take that and live to fight down the run, which they have shown, so far in this regatta that they are more than capable of doing.
Likewise, Platoon. So anyway, let's keep our eyes on Phoenix out on that left of the fleet. They have to get back into the pack. Seem to be just going a little bit bow down, a little bit of a header out there. Could be good for them. But Tor, what are you seeing?
Really nice comeback there from Gladiator after their not so great start. We had two quite distinct packs, the pack that were on the line with speed at the start, and then the guys that kind of had that little struggle and little tussle by the committee boat. It just really highlights the importance of having that really nice start, even if you think you're going to come in a little bit late and go and get that right hand shift. Being on that line is so important. And actually Phoenix seem to be coming good on the left-hand side of the course right now. Must have been a nice little shift over there that they've managed to just take advantage of. They also have stayed out of trouble. There's been a lot of ping-ponging around, as Stu was saying, people enforcing tax on other teams, coming across on starboard, and just getting a little bit piled up on this ley line here. I'm actually seeing Gladiator starting to struggle a little bit behind Platoon and Preveza, maybe in a little bit of dirty air from them. They'll be trying to hike hard and keep the bow up above that line of dirty air. I think we're going to see Phoenix coming in from the left and just tacking in front of this pack of Platoon, Preveza and Sled. Seeing all those guys up at the top there.
I think it'll be still quite a pretty close mark rounding. Wondering whether Allegri can get back from that left side. They're still credited with being second.
Phoenix appears like they're just going to have enough here. There they go. They tack. Were just able to maintain enough of a lead to put themselves in a nice position here. And if they're able to get around this mark first, I think behind them it's going to be fairly chaotic. They may be able to do what some of the other teams have done here, which is stretch away and really build on that advantage in the early part of the next run.
So Phoenix got themselves into quite a nice position, as Tor said, that left side working for them. We saw them just getting a little advantage when they came back and have positioned themselves nicely. That will make it difficult for Platoon and Preveza in particular to know where it's going to be all about how this right-hand shift or bend comes into play that we've seen in the top third or the final approach to the mark.
Tor, does it look like Phoenix is on ley line there? Do you think they have what it takes to make this mark? The tracker seems to be showing them a little bit shy, but maybe they were tactically sort of positioning themselves relatively to the fleet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were sort of tactically putting themselves between Preveza and Platoon. I think they might be a little bit shy of it as well, but I mean, I was really impressed with what I I saw Preveza do in the last race, just managing, I think, is when you've got that little bit more clean air. We saw, you know, teams coming around in third, fourth, fifth, not making the mark. But actually, if you've got that clean air, then you can, you know, do a little pinch and get up there and find that high mode. So Phoenix do have the opportunity to do that at the moment, and I think that's what we're seeing. Preveza's struggling below them. In fact, I think that's them just rolling into attack. So that was a big blow for them, having Phoenix coming in and tacking just above them. But yeah, we're just above the top mark now, and I think Phoenix are going to sneak their way around here. So yeah, that'll be a really, really nice first beat of this race for them if they manage to do that. Cam Dunn was saying this morning when I asked him, I said, what's the key thing you guys are going to be working on today? And he said it's our starts. You know, if we get in there with the starts, then hopefully that lays it out for the rest of the race.
And correspondingly, Platoon's positioning working out well for them, just on the weather hip, or just the weather of Phoenix, really giving nothing away. And very different situation for Preveza this time, having to work hard. And it is Phoenix round in first position in the second race of the day. Hasso and Tina Plattner, South African flag team, runners-up in the circuit last year. Runners-up in the World Championship in 2021, sorry. Platoon round in second. Preveza should get there without too much trouble there. A little bit dotty, a little bit underpowered, but they should have the momentum. And
does seem like there's a bit of current there, sweeping them sort of left to right across the screen here. It is a challenging boat stacking up here. Quantum in a tough spot, in some bad air, going sideways with a lot of boats on top of them. They are going to have a hard time making this mark. Gladiator there around in fourth. Sled, boat 5 in fifth. Allegre, which was as high as second on that beat, but on the left side, and had to take a number of transoms there late in the game to get on the ley line. They're going to come around in sixth.
I guess this is tough times for Quantum.
I think they're going to have to jibe here. They're going to be able to tack. Looks like they're going to try and pull it.
Should be able to tack from in there, I would imagine. But really, a level of inexperience in the afterguard and this technically tough, technically challenging upwind with the current and such a compact fleet. You really have to give yourself a little bit in the bank in their situation in terms of the ley line, which I really feel that Platoon did probably best. Obviously, Phoenix called it nicely coming in from the left, but Platoon set themselves up early and really had probably, I would consider, the best ley line off the boats on the starboard side of the upwind. Credit to, of course, Gladiator as well. They were out in the right early, and it's come good for them in relative terms, in fourth at the moment. But it's going to be an interesting run by the same token, I think. Plenty happening at the top mark, and Quantum then really going to be quite far back. So a little bit of a split then, perhaps, on the downwind, but no.
That was a penalty for Vayu at the top mark. I think they infringed Quantum a little bit when Quantum did a double tack to get around that top mark, and then Vayu were just trying to pinch around the top mark and infringed Quantum there. So Quantum managing to sneak through from what probably could have been a 10th place and into 9th. So I reckon we'll see them fighting their way back up the leaderboard from the 9th, and you know that's what Terry's good at. But yeah, penalty to Vayu, just finishing their spins and going around the top mark now.
Wait well forward on the Platoon then. Trimmer there, Javier de la Plaza. Dirk Ritter on the main sheet. Vasco in the lounge chair. reduce his blood pressure. But in a pretty strong position all in all.
I mean, that's Vasco has been doing this, right, for 30 or 40 years, right? He has a bad race, he gets angry, he shakes it off, he comes back, he does well, right? It's just, he doesn't let it get to him, even as emotional as he seems.
I think
just one race.
He certainly matured, and I think when you've won as much as he has, then it does pass off fairly quickly. To me, he's always, I mean, he's almost one of the great intuitive sailors.
Did seem to confirm that in his interview there, talking about how much he's forgotten. I have a feeling he was being slightly facetious. He probably remembers every race he's ever sailed, but he doesn't have.
Do you know what? That's probably true, but nobody has more of a photographic memory, if you like, than Terry. It's incredible.
Right. Well, there's definitely some different approaches, which is probably why the rivalry's been so much fun, right?
But I can speak to Terry about a race, and 5 years ago, and he has an absolutely encyclopedic memory. So on board with Phoenix then.
Didn't see quite how they did that jibe. I know in the first beat, everyone appeared to be doing inside jibes, with the clue passing between the spinnaker luff and the headstay. As the wind picks up, they will switch over to outside jibes, but I was unable to sort of get a look from that angle of how they're doing it now. Is that Cameron done with the harness on? He might be seeing him go up the rig later.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. I think that indication they're probably expecting some light and shifty conditions when you have the strategist in the harness.
I think he's probably been up in between races.
Yeah.
Murray Jones is still going up the rig. Not sure if it's still going up this year, but he's and Geordie as well. They're all super comfortable in their advancing years.
Well, the grinders do most of the work, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Anyway, Phoenix worked themselves into a comfortable lead over 120 metres. I said yesterday, they won one race in Saint-Tropez. Only did 2 regattas so far this season, so great signs for the Phoenix team. It really was all about that start, wasn't it? They just gave themselves the opportunity off the pin end, went out to the left. Cam Dunn, very much an underappreciated talent. He's got huge experience in this class across different boats, different programs over the years. Started off with the Russians way back when.
But a veteran sailing here going back to the 2007 America's Cup, and probably before then, right? As a lot of these guys have been doing it.
Yeah.
A 2007 event, quite a launching pad, because you had so many teams here. It required so many sailors. You had between sort of 20 and 40 sailors on 10, 11 teams. Right? A lot of people getting sort of exposure to the intensity of an America's Cup campaign, the day-to-day grind, learning as we talk about the process, the procedures, the routines that really make a difference at this level of sailing. It's talent is one thing, but it really is about the work that you put in. And I think all these guys will tell you that they've earned, they earn that experience, they earn that sort of that reputation. It's not something they're born with.
And while they've earned it, they do their best to protect it within this fleet and within the other fleets. Very hard to come in as a young sailor, unless you're coming in with a new program, but there are a good few coming through. Tend to be in the it's obviously one of the big things for American Magic. The Voss family opening up a platform for young sailors to come in. and a few more.
Yeah, I think if you're a young sailor, I mean, you know, a generation sort of behind this core group, which sort of came up in the 90s and aughts. You know, I think you're finding your path in maybe other classes and hoping to break through at some point. But it's tough. These are the premier programs. This is where you want to be because the consistency, you know, we talk about the dedication, the level of detail.
I think, you know, if you're looking to give advice to young sailors coming or trying to make a career as a pro sailor, there are so many attributes needed that finding a key skill or a group of key skills to make yourself useful beyond one job is absolutely essential.
Yeah. Things getting a little frantic here on platoon. As it looks like they've got that mark right inside. You got to get that jib up now. Got to set up.
Yeah, they're certainly on the not too far behind Phoenix, but Phoenix very much with the upper hand and the choice of mark.
Yeah, you'd expect platoon to go the other way, wouldn't you? Yeah, and there they go. They're going to roll into a jibe here.
Nice drop. Super slick boat handling on the platoon. But they're both a long way ahead of the third boat, aren't they?
Yeah, a nice job there by platoon. I mean, that lead was up to, you know, 200-300 meters, wasn't it, at one point in that run?
Yeah, yeah.
They ground back down, and they're now. I mean, now even you can see they roll right into a start. They clearly want to be on the right side. They're not going to give Phoenix any chance to get too far away from them. They feel like they have the speed. They want to match up with them in the same body of water.
But look how far behind Privets are at this, and equally the next boat behind, although Gladiator coming in.
Yeah. But if you're Privets, this is just where you want to be. Right?
Completely.
Top three, consistent, steady, just stacking solid races on top of solid races. Next thing you know, you have a lead that no one can touch. And they start thinking about the rest.
Exactly. I think they need to be, and they are, I'm sure, absolutely just number one priority is the circuit title, and don't push the risk too much at this stage in this regatta to try and pull back, you know, the likes of platoon and in particular Phoenix. Phoenix are contenders, but they're quite far down. So Breeze doesn't seem to have built much more than on the previous Upwind, in spite of my accurate predictions.
So your job as a weather forecaster is on hold, is that right?
The Cup teams are not calling so far. However, still a day to go.
Tough sledding at the back of this fleet here. No significant position changes on that run.
No.
Especially if you discount Quantum sneaking past Vayu with the penalty.
Yeah.
Just so hard in this light air to get past these teams. They're going well. They're just not leaving a lot of doors open. Nice look at Phoenix here. You know, we talk about some of the tools these teams have, and they were on display this morning when I was in that Quantum briefing. I mean, the data points are just sort of reminded me of sort of a nightmare I might have had from my high school statistics class.
And you still have them
on a regular basis.
Yeah.
You know, some of the tools, and one of the sort of really interesting tools you can see is they can be able to take photos of the sails sort of throughout the race and immediately analyze the camber of the sails. So no longer are these guys looking up and saying, that looks about right. I mean, they can tell you exactly what the draft percentage is, where it's the depth of the draft, where it's positioned, and it's just tremendous. I mean, if you sort of and how you use your sail controls to adjust.
And obviously the different iterations from one design to the next. It's pure science, and they pretty much know what they want to achieve and achieve it rather than any kind of open variables, as it were. Anyway, good to see Phoenix up in front. Be a great morale boost for the team. They've had some pretty down moments over the first couple of regattas, having gone from being runners-up last year.
So look at the power that they have with that gate, right?
Yeah.
We saw the choice there. Platoon chose to split, and then roll into attack, and that's turned into was basically bow to bow into a 130 meter lead. Really interesting to see that sort of that right-hand gate really producing that sort of advantage. There is an extra tack in there. Maybe there's a little bit of favor of the gate, and maybe just less current or better pressure over here on the right side.
Probably better pressure. I mean, a question for you for Ed Baird when we get him when he comes ashore.
You can see Phoenix right now in a really strong position. Most of the fleet coming this way. They have the ability to sort of wait for the right shift, tack, consolidate the lead, and then sort of manage how they get to that top mark.
Breeze up and down just a little bit. You can see the boat coming up more upright momentarily. Strong, very, very much a South African boat. Mixed nationalities through the team, but key South Africans on board. Matt Whitehead in the pit. Paul Wilcox, the main sheet trimmer. Shane Elliott, the navigator, and Sean Paminter and Tony Ross aft ground, and Tony, the owner driver, I'm going to call him. But he's
part of the family. I think he qualifies.
No, absolutely. He's very much in the Plattner family and qualifies as an owner driver.
Well, if the tracker is to be believed, we see Phoenix. Well, they're rolling right into attack. So it sounds like they got the lift. They got the right shift they were looking for. All day it's been there. Up that sort of the second half of that beat. You sail over there, you find it, you tack, and the rich get richer, and they just extend away. So. I know we don't want to call Ed Baird a safe pair of hands, but there are fewer people I would more trust with this sort of advantage than him.
No, completely.
It can look easy, but there are plenty of potholes, especially on a day like today. And Ed knows exactly how to do it. A veteran match racer, he knows how to put boats away when it counts. He also knows how to, when it's important to fight the battle that you need to fight.
And all credit to him. He comes here still hungry to win. He's done everything in this class and pretty much everything in the sport, and he's still hungry to come back. Obviously won many times as a skipper with Quantum Racing.
Yeah, well, won the America's Cup here in 2007 with Alinghi. So plenty, well, not necessarily here, but on nearby waters down in Valencia. So plenty of success off the coast of Spain.
But I mean, for sure, he wasn't, without being impolite or disrespectful, he wasn't first call for Phoenix when they came to set up the program for this year and replaced Tom Slingsby. And I know that when I spoke to him before this regatta, he was pleased to be coming back. I saw him a couple of times previous. He steers the J-Class Ranger, and he'll be loving these moments as much as anything. Just sitting a nice, clean race after a good start with a good lead.
Such a joy to watch these boats tack. I mean, just a split second when the sails are luffing and bang, they're full, powered up, crew on the rail. Just such an efficient machine. So I think one of the underappreciated facets of these boats that comes from being a bit of a development class with the box rule is the underwater packages. We don't see them very much, but you've talked about new keel fins on boats, and that really is such a crucial thing. There's a a real sort of obvious trade-off there. You can get higher lift out of a foil, easier lift, but it also comes with drag. And so finding that balance, right, where you have just the right amount of lift, and but not too much drag to make the boat go. And
well, that was one of the key things last year with Phoenix, was they changed their keel fin for the early regattas. They didn't like it. They swapped it back. One in Puerto Portals with the old fin and carried on. And I remember talking to Tony Norris at the time after Portals and just saying, well, what were the numbers like? What was the difference? And he said at the end of the day, it was about having the confidence in the old fin, and that's really what worked for them for the rest of the season. And they finished up in second.
You can push it too far. You can go for too fine a foil, and you can struggle sort of, it can look great in a straight line, but the minute you start maneuvering and finding yourself down speed, or, having to live in a bad lane, that foil, which may be optimized for straight line, may not be the best thing to get you up the track. So it's, they're still working on it. The science will tell you one thing, but actual feel is really what counts for these guys. Knowing that you can squeeze off, build power
lean
quickly
on it when you want to.
Yeah.
And I think that was as much and that's, obviously talking to Tony, then he's the helmsman. He's got most feel.
Yeah, I mean, it looks easy to steer these boats around, right? But you steer too quickly around that leeward mark, and suddenly you'll find yourself going sideways and reattaching the flow. Once you lose that flow, reattaching the flow requires often a big bear away. You're giving away meters as you do that and get the speed back. So it's really a sort of a fine balance. I think most sort of production one designs have a much greater margin for error for the helmsman. They allow a little bit more flexibility, allow for a little bit less of a feel on the helm. But at this level, you cannot give too much away in terms of the shape of the keel.
We had a quick interview this morning, not giving too much away, with Adolfo Caro, who's the CFD specialist, and from the Botin Partners team, and they have 2 boats in build, as we've said several times, a new Platoon, a new Allegri for next year. And he was saying that the key thing, what they have is a new hull shape for next year, and the small but significant gains. And anyway, a good lead for Phoenix. Tor, how's it looking underwater? Seems to be the top 3 boats are reasonably comfortable. The Gladiator appear to have got themselves through Preveza potentially.
I think that's a little bit of a tracker
bug
there.
The top 3 boats are really trying to all consolidate their positions. They're, actually being quite aggressive with their attacking on each other. Phoenix coming over and tacking in front of Platoon, just making sure that they hurt them a little bit to keep that lead strong. And then the same with Gladiator and Preveza. I think Preveza just came over and went just above Gladiator, and actually they could just be through them there. It really depends on how close they are to this ley line. At the moment, we're just approaching the ley line, so it's hard to see for sure, but I think Phoenix are on a similar line to last time. And as I said, as they were coming up to the top the last time, they've got nice, clear air, sort of being able to look at the mark and not worry about the boats around them. So the guys further back, when they were all coming into the top mark together, that really had to work to make it up there. Oh, they're actually tacking now, so they've obviously figured out that there's a little bit more tide than they've thought of, or maybe we've got a little shift here, and they're just going to come in front and tack on Platoon again. So be interesting to see if Platoon take another hitch. Now that being said, if they aren't close to the ley line there, Gladiator I think will have got through Preveza, so really good for them there. Phoenix just tacking onto the ley line now.
What are you seeing from the wind out there, Tor, sort of relative to the first race or even the first part of this race? Is we've got a little bit of an increase coming in here, and are we expecting maybe a little more throughout the rest of the day?
For me, the breeze is kind of the same, to be honest. We are getting these little puffs, and it is quite shifty. I'd say they're getting a little bit of a righty coming into the top mark, but then we've got teams that are looking to be in lefties on the left-hand side of the course as well. So Phoenix in a really nice high mode, furthest to the right of the course at the moment.
Yeah,
I do feel that Platoon have got into them a little bit, have they not? Potentially, I don't know.
Yeah, I think they might have. They are quite a bit lured, so I think the ley line is probably somewhere between Phoenix and Platoon here. So if Platoon can work hard to get up there, then they will definitely have got into them. If they've got to do a double tack, then the gain will definitely be to Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix appeared to play the conservative thing there, tack out when they can, put a little bit of a hurt on Platoon. And if they get around this mark and make Platoon do 2 more tacks, I think they're going to be nearly impossible to catch on this run. So, again, positioning himself smartly, a game that Ed Baird has played many, many times.
Indeed, but correspondingly, the same thing applies for Platoon then. Just
you can see Privetsa
tacking up too early, yeah. Platoon will wait until as late as possible to do their attack. There's been nobody threatening them from the starboard tack ley line.
Some Privetsa's coming in that mark that they're just about to hit. That's the sort of the
protector mark.
So they're going to have to leave that on their port side. So they will be rolling into attack right away here. That's to keep people from approaching on the port ley line and causing havoc in the starboard tack parade. Something that many of us remember from the Far 40 days and other classes where...
I think some people call it the Vasco mark.
Well, there was a time when there were certain people in the Far 40 class that...
Mostly Vasco.
Yeah. Terry Hutchinson might have been guilty of that a few times as well. There was so much to be gained on that port ley line and sailing free, but if it went wrong, boy, you could just cause a bowling ball rolling through the pack.
But it's widely appreciated initiative, which came, I think, probably 3 or 4 years ago now. Sled coming in nicely, although they're going to struggle to find.
They're gonna have a difficult spot here, and this is sort of the same thing they were in last time when they had to actually sail across the bow of the approaching boat so as not to foul them, which means they allow that boat inside. Although you can see them go across here, across a leg raise bow, and then tack over. We're gonna get Privetsa around in 3rd, Gladiator 4th, Sled 5th again, and then a leg raise should be able to slide around in 6th, although they are going sideways here in some bad air. See a leg raid just squeezing everything they can out of that point to get around the mark. They're going to spin the boat now and stay clear. Inner Lodge will take 7th place there.
So how's the temperature in the water on the water today? Is it as hot as yesterday? Tor? I know that it was a real struggle. I think that at one point we had over.
I think it's a little bit cooler, but it's really, really hot out here. I think yesterday we were using ice to keep ourselves cool, and I think the guys on the boats, we've got a little bit of shade on our rib, and we're chasing the shade around a little bit to try and stay out of the sun. But these guys on all the 52s, they're in the sun all day, and as we were saying, it's so important to keep hydrated and keep cool as they're racing around.
Indeed, it's a little bit cooler. We started earlier. I think it's not quite as intense, and that is obviously one of the advantages. And it should be a slightly shorter day, hopefully. It's 3:20 local time here in Barcelona in the afternoon. Big excitement in the city, Stu, because we have the Vuelta a España starting tomorrow.
You don't say.
Well, I don't say, but the wider world, there are many cyclists up there might be interested.
It might be.
Yeah. However, a certain amount of excitement in the fleet, because obviously there's good number of cyclists through the fleet, principally Allegra and Phoenix have a strong cycling peloton.
It's quite funny to have seen the sort of the growth of cycling within sailing over the last 20 years. And now, of course, at the America's Cup, they are relying ostensibly on cyclists to power the boat. That is a sort of a new development, not a new development, right? Because we saw it in 2017 in Bermuda with the AC50s and Team New Zealand, but will be pretty much universal, I believe, through the next America's Cup fleet, having 4 cyclers on board to generate the power necessary to trim the sails on the AC75s. So the final run here, sort of looking at where the battles are going to be. I mean, it's a pretty safe situation here for Phoenix. They are just leading the fleet down there. Everyone's sort of jibed over, which just enables them to sort of stay between the mark, the finish, and the competition. It looks like we're getting maybe a little bit of a right shift as some of these boats come down here. Platoon appears in particular to be in a good low mode. And so where's the potential to pass here? Quantum has a little bit of leverage on some of the boats sort of in that mid-range. So, if they have a chance to sort of pull out another rabbit and maybe get into the mid-fleet, they'll be looking for that. But it's not easy. No one's going to give it to you. And I think everyone at this time seems to be favoring the right side both up and down, which is, quite interesting given the current we know is flowing.
And certainly Phoenix came from the left on that first upwind that made the difference. Started off the pin end. So it'll be interesting questions for Ed Baird and Cam Dunn, and all credit to them at the moment. Looking at potentially, or almost certainly, their second race win, or the boat's second race win of the season. And I think they were 5th going into this race. Maybe the geeks at the Geovision could give us a quick update on how that. Well, there you go, as if by magic. Pravetza on 13 points. They were 7 points ahead. They'll be now 6 points ahead of Platoon, and Phoenix would move themselves up to 21 points in 3rd, 1 point up in Sled. Allegra 5th and 24th. Gladiator 30 and 6th. Quantum Racing on 7th. Value 36 points, 3 points behind. Interlodge 37 and Alpha Plus on 41. So battles all the way through the fleets do.
Yeah, it feels like this regatta has just started, but really we're closer to the end than we are to the finish right
Promise
now.
me.
At this stage, we got just maybe 3 races remaining, which means that if you're looking to move up, if you're looking to challenge Pravetza, for example, if you're Platoon, or Phoenix, you've got to stack a couple of points on them each race going forward. 3-4 spots, and hope that they, there's something, a little weakness to be found there, because they, getting a 3rd here, this could be one of their worst races of the event, and it's still something that anyone else would be sort of celebrating on their scoreline.
And of course, we talk about we're very, very much focused on the champions at the end of the season for the circuit title, but of course there's a huge importance in finishing on the podium, and the challenge for the podium is still very, very open. And among them, obviously, Platoon, Gladiator, Allegra, and Quantum. And races starting to run out of races. I mean, obviously, potentially 10 races in Portals in September, and 3 more races here.
Still on the inside jibes here, as we can see that clue just sort of nipping around the bow stay, the head stay, and then coming right back. Trying to shake the battens over there on the mainsail, which can be a challenge when you set those especially those flathead mainsails. You set those tension those battens to give you a little shape in there, but getting them to pop in the light air is tough, because these boats are moving down speed almost at the same wind speed, which means the apparent wind is pretty light.
And again, with that current not improving your apparent wind when you get down speed. Anyway, Hasso and Tina Platner's South African flagged Phoenix. Big, a confidence boost for them, without a doubt. quite sure that if they could finish this regatta on the podium,
they're doing a little impromptu winch drum maintenance there, trying to.
Exactly.
But it's a
said it was impromptu.
That's because it's in the middle of a race. I think that's by definition. But it's it's with this heat, right?
Yeah.
And the loads on those runners, it is not unusual to burn through sheets pretty quickly in this sort of thing, and maintaining that. You can always replace them at the end of the day, but having a runner tail sort of fail or getting a tear in that cover in mid-race is something you definitely want to avoid. So. These boats are, right, there's not a lot of safety margin, quote unquote, put into these boats. You've got to make them
of course not.
light and powerful, and you've got to make sure everything is really designed for maximum speed. So.
And if you talk to the shore teams, it used to be the case that they could do a little bit of maintenance after the regattas and get some time off, and now it's literally for them, it's full on from pre-season until the boats get packed away, and even then they're looking at the optimizations for next year. And all credit to the shore teams. It's a full-on high-stress occupation all the way through the season, with very, very little time off, trying to maintain 100% reliability. And credit where it's due. It's a touch wood. It's a while since we've seen any significant breakdowns. We've had a couple of collisions here and there, which can't be predicted, but really the boats are level of maintenance is fantastic, and to say credit to the shore teams. Anyway, South African flagged as Phoenix coming through for their first win of the regatta. Had a second place yesterday, and that should move them up to third place overall with a final jibe.
Looking like there definitely was a right shift on this run here. Just looking at the angles of the boats relative to the sort of the axis of the course, and whether that plays out into any advantage, we'll see. I think most people realized that was going to happen and started working their way toward the inshore side of the course. So may not be anything to work with there, but it may be something they have to reset the course going forward. And also something to watch, is that a persistent thing? Is the thermal going to drag this breeze to the right and a little bit more to the southwest, or will it circle back as we watch Phoenix come across the line here for a big win?
Interesting. Ed just giving a quick comparing notes with Cam Dunn, I think, or sorry, with Shane Elliott, just saying what he felt the breeze had done, or for sure, but a big lead over Platoon. Platoon shaping up to have a pretty solid day, second in the first race, looking like a second in this race too. Keeping the pressure on Preveza, who are going well.
We've got some interesting battles shaping out here, Andy. Well,
before I speak,
yeah, well,
before I start giving Preveza,
start going off down some road there.
Before we give Preveza too much too soon, because as you say, there's some battles going on for third, fourth, and fifth.
Preveza sort of well having to come in on a very hot angle here, well below the ley line. Allegre looking like they may be in a position to snipe third there, and maybe even Gladiator to roll over the top. So hopefully the boys will get away from Platoon here, who's about to finish and has finished.
So owner, driver, Harmuller Spear relinquishing the helm almost immediately to Vasco and taking the pressure off, stepping back in the back of the boat, watching to see what's happening coming into the finish, and looking like it might be a third potentially for Allegre. Maybe Preveza have lost a couple of places.
Yeah, the first sort of mistake we've seen out of Preveza, but yeah. Here comes Allegre across in third. And we have yet to see sort of Preveza come in. They're going to be coming in from the right of your screen here. But if they don't get in there soon, there's going to be a few other boats that are going to take this away from them.
Anyway, Allegre then, credit to them.
Nice move up there. They were sixth
at the top mark.
Yeah, sixth at the top mark. Quite a bit.
Gladiator through in fourth. Preveza still have a little bit of a battle on.
Yeah, looks like
I think they'll just get fifth.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And then Sled in sixth. So.
And a gap back to Wilson, as you said, Sled in sixth, Interlodge in seventh. Interlodge were well down at that first mark, having had to do their penalty.
Yeah, starting off like that and actually grinding back anywhere.
Still finishing ahead of Quantum Racing is not easy. Is that Alpha Plus then going through the line? Or no, it's Interlodge. No, Alpha Plus, Interlodge are through.
Yeah.
So Tony Norris, they're overheating, I think. But all credit to the Plattner family's team. Time to regroup, debrief, hydrate, roll straight into the next race. It's just interesting, just watching Cam Dunn. You know, he's a dynamo. He may be the strategist. He's up in the front of the boat, sorting everything out. Tony Norris, thumbs up for the replay is ready, and let's have a look back at race number 5. It's all about off the start line. Well, Preveza, we saw, had plenty of space in the middle of the course. Phoenix going off the pin end of the line and went up the left of the beat. It was actually a little bit of time before Phoenix come across from that left side, but they did lead round the top mark. Platoon just a little bit shy on ley line, but that was the lead. Phoenix led really pretty much from gun to gun. Platoon round in second. Down the run, Phoenix actually extended. Preveza in third at that point. Fairly gentle conditions all in all. Round the leeward gate, remember that Phoenix and Platoon split. Phoenix got some nice leverage and extended round the top mark. Second time up, Platoon just slightly low on ley line, but a pretty solid, comfortable second for them all the way down. Down the final run, well, just looking at Phoenix coming through the line, but real good recovery from Allegre. Platoon through next, and Allegre recovered and stole third through the finish line, so all credit to Andy Soriano and his team. Through in fourth, Gladiator, and that was race 5. And so we'll debrief, a little chat with the afterguard as they rehydrate and focus into our third race of the day, which will be race 6. There's the Regatta standings. Well, Preveza went into that race with a 7-point lead. It's now a 4-point lead. Credit to Platoon, who got a really solid day, 2 seconds so far. So Preveza on 15, Platoon on 19, Phoenix on 21, 22 for Allegra, Sled 24, 25 from Gladiator, Vayu 35, Quantum on 35, 38 for Interlodge, and Alpha Plus on 41. So battle stew all the way through the fleet, that 10-point gap between Vayu and quickly looking at a 13-point lead now for 13-point lead for Preveza over Platoon. Sled in third, Quantum Racing in fourth, Gladiator fifth, Allegra sixth, Vayu 7th, Interlodge 8th, Phoenix 9th, Patrick and Alpha Plus. But gap there between Platoon and Sled, and really Preveza still very, very much solid in terms of the overall lead, with just 3 races left in this regatta and 10 in Puerto Portals.
Going to take some serious work to anyone to challenge that position by Preveza there, and very strong. Looking very strong right now, but of course a lot of racing still to do, and conditions could be totally different in Puerto Portals, and you know, when different conditions you may see different boats come to the fore.
Indeed.
We'll certainly see some comeback. You know, American Quantum Racing, American Magic will be looking to improve.
I'd imagine, I'd imagine in the Palma sea breeze conditions, even in September, tends to be a one-way track, but that could be a great venue for a big finale. But we're going to take a little bit of a break just now as we regroup for race number 3 and the final race of the day. Conditions looking to be very similar. Join us again in a few minutes.
So welcome back to Barcelona. We're going into the third race of the day, race number 6 of what we're predicted to be an 8-race series. 2 races tomorrow, Saturday, a big Saturday showdown. Now we spoke earlier in the day before they went afloat with Sarah Stone, who is on the Quantum Racing powered by American Magic team. She was brought on the early part of the season, and Sarah was telling us about how she's enjoying Barcelona and how she's enjoying her program with Quantum Racing powered by American Magic.
It's an amazing city. The architecture is so beautiful and there's so much history all around, and the food is incredible. Every restaurant you walk into is amazing.
And a few bars perhaps?
Yes, I haven't had much of a chance yet to go out to the bars, but I'm sure that'll come in the future.
Tell us about your role with an American Magic.
So with American Magic on the 52, I am in the mid-pow position, so in between Foxy and Maddie, and making sure all the sails go up and come down as they should.
And how's it been going?
Yeah, so far so good. In our department, I think we're just working on the little details, but trying to make it so that every option remains at every moment, and we'll just make it happen to the best that we're able.
And obviously being the heart of America's Cup today, what are your aspirations in terms of the America's Cup?
I think there's a pretty cool opportunity coming up for the next Cup with the first Women's America's Cup. So I'm in the process of trying out for the American Magic women's team right now. So who knows? Ask me that question in a few months.
So there we go, Sarah Stone on the mid-bow on Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, and doing a good job. So Stu, tell us a little bit about the program, the youth and the women's programs that you have running with the New York Yacht Club feeding into the Cup team.
Yeah, well, there's 2 components to that, Andy. There's been a youth infusion within American Magic, within the New York Yacht Club American Magic America's Cup team. A number of young people involved there. Harry Melgus is one of them. Riley Gibbs, a former Olympian, is there. Finn Rowe, Severin Graham are guys that are getting in there on the ground floor, learning what it takes to really be an America's Cup sailor. Then there's also the teams that are being prepared for the Youth and Women's America's Cup. The club has taken the lead there in developing those teams and recruiting sailors, trialing them in the U.S., mainly using the Persico 69F platform to sort of select talent and then refine it. So they're in the process of developing those sailors with a look towards getting the best team on the line.
They're racing on the 69F circuit at the moment, I believe, aren't they?
Correct, yeah. I think there's a big women's event coming up next week. We're going to have a team there. We're looking forward to see how they do against some of the top women's sailors, and they'll continue to use that. They've also got themselves a couple of GC32 catamarans that they'll be breaking out later this year in Pensacola to continue, learning to sail boats at that top level.
It's all very exciting for the club and for these young sailors. We're coming into less than a minute and a half or so from the start of race 6 of the series, our third race of the day. Breeze seems to be up a little bit toward Tomlinson. We're seeing 12, 13 knots, I believe. I was told.
Yes, Andy, the breeze is up a few knots, actually. We've got about 11, 12, maybe even, touching that 13, 14 knots out here. I was seeing all the mains coming down and our little gap between racing there, so it looks like they've probably gone up a step on their mainsails for the slightly more, higher wind speed mains. So a little bit of a change from our first 5 races. All the sort of settings and sail plans have been similar in those first 5 races. So there's definitely going to be things to think about now. The wind speed's just stepping that up a little bit more than what we've seen over the course of the races so far. So yeah, we might start to see some changes in those teams that have got the most boat speed, working and adapting to having the new sails up. At the minute, we've just had the 1 minute gun, and it's lighting up quite nicely.
So we're on board with Phoenix at 40 seconds to go. Phoenix nicely positioned. They're just, I think, being hurt slightly by having Interlodge just in front of them. Bow forwards towards the left of the group, very much our Prevetta. Quantum Racing going a little bit more time and distance perhaps for the pin end of the line. We see their bow coming forward now. 13 seconds to go. Gladiator coming up the committee boat end of the line. Phoenix really are quite buried there, Stu, aren't they?
Yeah, tough spot. I thought initially that Gladiator might have been putting themselves into a bit of a box there, but they really, the seas parted there for them, opened up at the boat end, and they were able to hit this with a full head of steam, looking like Quantum was able to do the same down there, Interlodge in the middle. Those are the three boats that really charge off the line. This is perhaps the most uneven start we've seen.
Indeed.
You know, we've seen really, we have 3 or 4 boats on the front row and then a full second row and maybe even a third row here.
Indeed, Gladiator getting away quite smartly. Quantum nicely positioned, bow forwards towards the left end of the group. Platoon wriggling out of this, didn't really have the best of starts in terms of position. In fact, building up speed now and probably coming out with this with a reasonable lane, perhaps, depending who else comes across from that left-hand group. Quantum, you know, potentially a good start from the pin end, whether they can build speed and maintain it, but clearly liking the idea of the left, perhaps with a little bit more breeze. But as you said, Stu, a little bit more ragged through the fleet, perhaps a function of the breeze being up slightly more, perhaps a function of this being the third race of the day, and getting a little bit tired and fatigued, and you know, second 3-race day in a row.
Yeah, things seem to be a little bit more chippy, as we might say if we were over in Canada playing hockey.
It looks like not.
But they seem to have
lane.
there just seem to be some boats that were sort of maybe getting too focused on the boats immediately around them and and losing sight of the bigger picture and getting to the line. You know, we saw, I think, the third start yesterday and the first 2 starts today where you had, you know, 6, 7, 8 boats on the front row, all sort of at speed, and there I think we maybe had 1 or 2 boats that really were at speed and where they wanted to be, and the rest were sort of struggling to find their position. And the line's plenty long. There's plenty of space there.
I think the key thing, the key difference before was previous race. Remember, Prevetsa was in the middle of the line with loads of space, and this time there was a little bit more jostling in the middle of the group, with the exception of the boats which were going off the left and right extremes. So Phoenix coming off the right extreme, Gladiator really going quite well, considering they came off the committee boat end of the line as they're wont to do.
Well, but they you know, the thing with Gladiator's start was they had such an open runway. They could put the bow down, accelerate. You knew that they hit the line going full pace and maybe even a little bit over. And that's, I think, the dream for any tactician is if your targets are 8 knots in these boats, right? If you hit that line going 8.5, 9 knots, and then just wind on the sails a little bit and get to your upwind angle, you're able just to jump out right there. And so I think Gladiator was able to do that. Then you can roll into attack and, you know, and blast away from the fleet if you think the right side is where you want to be. Looks like that's clearly their choice because there was nothing forcing them to go. They just took the initiative to go that way. And of course, they're coming over with quite a few boats here. You can see, even if we're looking here over the stern of Phoenix here, you can see Quantum racing. Looks like so all the boats seem to be over here on port tack, heading out, and we'll see sort of which side of this group does it play in favor. But
certainly a good, reasonable start for Quantum. Something to work from, and holding their position quite nicely with Alpha Plus is the only boat above them. Allegri are below them, but a little bit further back. So building blocks for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, who of course are the defending champions. Won in Cascais and relatively light breezes in the middle of last year. Gladiator, nice open lane for them. Platoon, not good off the line. Just seem to get buried and not to get their timing right, Stu, I don't think.
Yeah, and this is our first race and maybe the step up wind conditions here. So as Tor mentioned, a lot of the teams changing mainsails. You know, they have 2 or 3 that they'll use, and it may shift the form guide who has got their boat set up right, because now you've got to reset the rig, you know, figure out what jib you're using, reset your main trim a little bit, and you know, the differences are small, but they can you know, be all the difference you need to go from a boat that maybe was struggling a little bit to one that now is, you know, leading the pack. And we're certainly seeing Quantum up there at the moment, appearing to be going well, appearing to be on the right place of the course.
The Gladiator really flying there, nicely set up, fully powered up, just a couple of knots more breeze, a little bit more wind noise through our camera. Main sheet track down just a little bit more than previously. Still quite high, and they have Platoon on their windward hip and a couple of boat lengths back. So they're getting a better view of Quantum racing through the back of Preveza.
Yeah, and of course the zoom compresses that, makes it seem like maybe their position isn't good, but the tracker tells us the Quantum in a very strong position out there on the left side, on top of the fleet and moving toward what we've seen the right-hand shift come in at the top there. We'll see if it does here. But
just looking at Phoenix's angle, most extreme right boat. Quantum, if anything, you would have them lifting perhaps on port.
Just Phoenix does seem to either be in the wrong breeze or maybe in the wrong gear at the moment, unless the tracker is sort of delayed there. But struggling at the moment. Sled forced to bail out as well. Another boat that's been doing well this regatta, although a little bit up and down. They're forced to go out further to the right side, which puts you in a little bit of a risky spot.
Anyway, as much breeze as we've seen so far this regatta. Hopefully it augurs well for tomorrow, but in the meantime, enjoy the action.
I'm gonna go take that nap.
You do that. But yeah, we have certainly 12 knots of breeze. Hopefully it will stay in. Speed things up just a little bit. It's going to be fascinating then. Little duel between Gladiator on this side of the course and Quantum on the left, of course. Both in the same Quantum camp, as it were. Was this part of the briefing this morning, Stu?
I'll start first and extend.
Yeah,
I think that's part of every coach's briefing, Andy.
No, in terms of breeze and the options are.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had to leave before they went into the forecast. But briefly, the one I did see was ticking upwards to 12 to 16 knots. Briefly looked at that. Direction maintaining fairly steady, somewhere in the 180 to 200 angle, which I think is what we're seeing now. Then just a steady increase as we went through the day. So, I think that, as this breeze increases a little bit into sort of that mid-range and also sort of mixes better and fills in, we see a situation where all the boats are going the same speed, and really what it comes down to is the last few tacks on this beat, the last few meters, and positioning yourself in a situation where you can, make sure you're not having to take too many transoms, because it's sort of one of those things that becomes a bit of a spiral. You take one transom, then you take another, and next thing you know,
you're 10th.
Yeah, exactly.
But really, once again, to just highlight how the ups and downs happen in this fleet of Quantum racing leading. Quantum were 10th in race 5. Phoenix, who were the winners of the previous race, are presently 9th or 10th in this race. Overhead shot of Gladiator, tacking Gladiator furthest to the right. Just monitor how they fare relative to Quantum. Quantum and Platoon just ducking behind Gladiator, and I think they'll be happy to carry on out to the right for a little bit. But Platoon, up to third, they really were not good off the start line, but they've got speed and now getting themselves out to a nice open lane on the right, nice and early.
Seen quite a few gains made and losses also from how you play this ley line, and whether you come in shy, do 2 tacks, whether you when you go out and actually set up on the ley line, establish your position out there. This is proved to be such a crucial call.
Absolutely,
to this stage of the regatta.
For me, Platoon have been really excellent at that so far when they've had the opportunity to call their own ley line, as it were, not forced anywhere. A really nice first beat in both the previous races. Now watching Quantum coming across on port, bow to bow just now with Gladiator.
Yeah, it's going to be very close here. So this is a crucial call for Terry and his team, Terry Hutchinson and his team on Quantum Racing. How are they going to handle Gladiator? Do you want to try? They attack in this situation. So it looks like maybe there's a little bit of that right shift that's been coming in here and giving Gladiator a little bit of an advantage. Quantum decides they're going to maybe live to play another day, but they're going to delay the ultimate battle here till later in this beat.
And of course, because they've got not just got Gladiator, but got Platoon. Tor, a great race for the top three out on this right side.
Yeah, really, really nice work on the right-hand side of the course. I really enjoyed Platoon there. It was very a tactical choice for them to sort of duck behind Gladiator, just go a couple of boat lengths beyond and then tack just above them. It means as they're coming back across the fleet, Gladiator will almost do the sort of taking out for them. You know, people will look up and see Gladiator on starboard and then Platoon on starboard just behind them, and there's not really a gap between them for anyone to get through. So it's kind of forcing the fleet to make a decision based on that, and I think that's why we then saw Quantum tack over, because they were like, well, actually, I'm probably going to have to duck them both if I duck Gladiator. So yeah, quite a strong position these two boats have out on this right hand side now. I think I'm not sure if you guys saw, but the course axis is about 10 degrees left from the last one. So I would expect to see it going back right a little bit and then potentially left again at the top.
You know, the tracker's showing a little bit of a divergence here in some of the headings. You know, Quantum Racing appears to be on a bit of a right shift. Privetza just a little bit further to leeward of them or further left of them has shown a bit of a left shift or a left phase. We'll see sort of how it plays out here. Quantum tacking right now, looking for an opportunity to get back toward the ley line here.
But for sure, as we said, I think Platoon kind of in control at the moment.
Yeah, there's a big block there, right? It's Quantum Platoon and Gladiator. You can't duck just one. You're going to have to duck both.
For sure, again, the long lens just compressing the angle or the distance between Platoon and Gladiator. I think Platoon actually quite comfortable in terms of clear air from not affected in any way by Gladiator. So just seeing upwind angles, or the angles, Gladiator steering 160, Platoon 145. So Platoon just Quantum coming back then, deciding to go behind Platoon. That's how far they go out towards that ley line. No interlodger out there as well, perhaps. Meantime, Privetza and Sled and a leg off a plus out on that left side, getting a little bit detached from the fleet stew.
Yeah, it's tough. There's not too many lanes out here. A few places to you know, sort of play the center. If you get back a little bit and you find yourself, especially toward the sharp end of the beat, forced out to the edges, and you know, you take what scraps are left.
And this is the danger for Privetza. That just now, as we said in the previous first upwind, you know, it's what we're seeing is the distance to the windward mark, but it doesn't give you any ideas of where they would end up being positioned, trying to get through into this lineup from the on the starboard tack ley line.
Yeah, you got a bit of a picket fence setting up there. 3, 4, 5 boats. You really, if you don't get in front of the first one, you're probably not going to get in front of any of them. Which here, Privetza coming back now. They don't have much choice. They've got to work their way back to the center of the fleet at some point, and
this could be
take what they get as they come back in line.
This could be a key moment for Privetza then. Those who said they're judged to be third in terms of distance to windward mark, where they can slot in. There'll be no quarter given, and certainly Gladiator, I think, probably on the slimmest ley line.
I'd say all these boats appear to be under the ley line now, but again, they're into that mode. They're trying to squeeze the height out and maybe hope for a little bit of a right shift that gets them around the mark. But you know, Quantum maybe not in a bad position, because if they do get a 1 or 2 degree right shift here, they can make that mark. Yeah. And then they don't have to tackle the other two boats May. And if it holds here, they're even with these boats in front of them. So,
no, indeed. Anyway, good to see Quantum up in the top three. It's been pretty tough for them the previous races. They said these ley line calls in the first beat with a little bit of current, brief shifting around slightly, or this wind bend giving a starboard tack lift is really, really hard to call. For a navigator coming into this fleet, it's probably been a pretty tough day for the afterguard and Quantum. But Tor, how's Gladiator looking in your view, or who's got the best ley line coming into this top mark? Watching at the same time, watching Preveza.
Well, it's not going to be an easy one, Andy. It looks like they're working hard to try and get up to that mark. Platoon are also doing the same, and I think we'll definitely get round it. But Gladiator really, really hiking as hard as they possibly can and not getting anyone off the rail yet to get that spinnaker tack out. Platoon just having a little, the angle being a little bit better, so just sneaking round them. So it's going to be really, really close around this top mark with Gladiator in first, Platoon in second, and Quantum so close behind as well in third.
Quantum have just got a little bit of breathing space as well, which will allow them to accelerate towards the mark and close distance on Platoon. Meantime, credit to Preveza, I think, who managed to find themselves a little spot behind Allegra, but they are probably in sixth.
Yeah, this is the closest beat I think we've seen. The delta between first and last here, maybe inside a minute, but certainly inside a minute 30. Yeah. Which is going to be, it means there's just a lot of opportunity as you go down this run, especially as these boats start to maybe get up on the step a little bit and plane, and we'll see how it goes here.
So yeah, Preveza go round in fifth, 3 places behind Platoon. Their nearest rivals for the world title as it stands at the moment. There's Vayu going round ahead of Phoenix. Phoenix, of course, won the previous race. Now in 8th, 9th will be Interlodge. And I think 10th will be Sled in this instance.
Yeah, getting forced out to the left side for Sled proved to be too much at the wrong time. They're going to work hard to come back from that. Yeah, so look at that, almost 1 minute 13 seconds between first and last. Easily the most competitive rounding we've seen on the first beat.
And different options, different opportunities coming down this first run. We're seeing an early jibe from Phoenix, Quantum and Platoon jibe off early. Meantime, Gladiator holding on down to the right, looking downwind. You feel like there's going to be a few place changes over the course of this race if that first upwind is any indicator. And as Stu said, the fleet's so much more compact.
It looks like you can see the kites maybe a little fuller. They may have moved up from the 1.5 maybe to the A2 there. Sheets more eased, bows downwind. Boat's definitely moving more quickly through the water here on this run. And
so there's our projected results. If positions stay the same for the moment, we have Preveza in 20, Platoon on 20, Allegra 26, Gladiator 27, Phoenix 28, 34 for Sled, Quantum, Vayu, Interlodge and Alpha.
And as we said before, the crew all up on their toes, right? No one's sitting down. No one, well, maybe one guy's sitting down.
Pasco.
If you're making the tough decisions, it's important to be comfortable, Andy.
Absolutely.
You don't want to be stressed out. You got enough on your mind there. Looks like these teams have switched to the outside jibes there. You can see the spinnaker sort of trailing around the front. So the spinnaker, lazy spinnaker sheet trailing around the front of the sail there. So the inside jibes are, a little bit more quick, a little quicker to get the sail side to side, but the outside jibes certainly safer and better when you get more breeze.
So Provezza then in a little bit of a tough spot out on that right side down this first downwind. Gains such as they are perhaps on this left side so far, but on board with the Gladiator.
So quite a bit of separation. The tracker seems to be favoring the boats that are near shore, upwind right of the course here, Quantum and Platoon. And it seems to showing them to be sort of taking over maybe the first and second positions over Gladiator, which decided to carry a little bit more on starboard. But a lot of this run left to go, a lot of changes still to take place. Could take place.
Sure, a little bit of a gap really between Quantum and Allegre, and then it's pretty much all to play for, but
still quite close, especially for the runs we've seen here. Just a handful of boat lengths between the top three, and then 4, 5, 6 still not out of it.
And obviously with a little bit more wind pressure, then these distances will compress faster if there's any shift or changes. How's it looking, Tor?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more breeze over on this left-hand side of the course with Platoon and Quantum. The Phoenix and Inchalodge guys seem to be coming down with a little bit of pressure. It's still not cool. Feels windier on the lighter on this downwind leg than it was upwind. I'm not sure if that's maybe to do with the current, but we've still got guys with a little bit of weight forward. We're not eking the weight back yet, and yeah, it's still feeling quite soft. So any little puff that anyone can get, there's gains to be made down here for sure. But yeah, I think this side of the course is certainly a little bit more favoured at the minute. I think Platoon and Quantum have jibes left to get down to the bottom mark. Gladiator might be on lay, so actually they could be okay over on the right hand side.
On board momentarily there with the Gladiator. I would say pretty much head to head just now with Platoon. Certainly the tracker seems to like Platoon for the moment. Interesting, just looking down the crew list and the Gladiator. I mean, they don't have a dedicated strategist. They have a very strong afterguard, but it's interesting compared with some of the other teams. For example, Sled, Murray Jones as tactician, strategist, Michele Avaldi, navigator, Andrea Vicentini. Allegre have Will Ryan, strategist, supporting Nick Asher. These are the choices that you make.
Platoon jibe there, Quantum racing behind them. Allegre just out of the picture on the right here. They're going to come into the frame now. Don't think they're far enough forward to be really bothering Quantum, but it's something you certainly would be concerned about and watching for.
Just hearing Maria, race officer, in my ear, just saying that changing the windward mark.
We're moving it to the right, I suspect, huh?
New bearing 200, yes, the wind's moved back 20 degrees since, or 10 degrees at least, since the first upwind.
Look, Gladiator holding serve down this run. Wasn't always looking great for him, but they managed to pull it out in the late minute there. Maybe that the final stages of that shift gave them an advantage. They waited for it. And now the thing that gets them right is that gets them onto this favored gate, which we've seen. I think every race winner has taken the inshore gate on the leeward mark round. You can see Platoon's not going to split. They're going to follow along here. I suspect American Magic will be doing the same here. Yeah, they're taking down, so they're going to be following. So a little bit of a parade around this inside gate mark. Not necessarily a surprise, as the gate was laid, before they rounded the windward mark, and now we see the shift. And Maria calls for a 10-degree right-hand change to the course axis, so that would then tend to favor the gate on that side.
Anyway, Provetza coming round just now.
Yeah, a leg race. So Provetza, they've picked up a 4th spot, forcing a leg ray off to the far gate there. And then we've got Alpha Plus holding serve in 6th. Value again 27th. Phoenix coming in 8th. Sled looks like they've picked up a spot over Interlodge. Well, maybe not. Here comes Interlodge. So we'll see. Holding the same. Still, though, with a minute and change between 1st and 10th, there is a lot of opportunity remaining in this last lap here on day 4 of the TP52 Worlds.
For sure. And as we said, the breeze a little bit stronger, fortunately. 11 to 12 knots, perhaps. But looking very much at the moment like the best day will be for Platoon. Super consistent, 3 seconds. Sure that if that were the case,
they finished 2nd already.
No, but if they can hold on to 2nd, 3 seconds would be pretty good for them. There's Provetza looking at 1:54.
Yeah, 3 seconds is certainly an outstanding day. I mean, they got 2 in the bank, and they in a good position here in the 3rd race. So really, just with the exception of that one bobble yesterday in the 3rd race, they really have had an outstanding regatta.
But in some senses, that makes the 9th all the more painful this year. Sitting there, well, thinking, what if they'd just tacked inside Quantum and not tried to go through or whatever.
Yeah, some unforced errors in that race. They do come back to haunt you.
Anyway, Gladiator happy to come right out to the right once again. I think Platoon probably just as much wanting to keep Provetza and Quantum under wraps. For sure, a little bit more pressure, a bit more chop on the water.
A little bit more load on the runners. You can see they're working hard to get that runner tail on. That's not an easy job. That winch is, the gearing on that winch is pretty remarkable. A lot of turns just to get a few inches of rope in.
Certainly Gladiator able to do their own thing up this beat. Pretty compact between Platoon, Quantum, Provetza.
When they've been able to get away from the fleet and not been handicapped by going to the wrong side, they've shown all the speed they need to compete and even win this regatta. Gladiator, just a few races where they got hung out a little bit on the wrong side are really the only thing standing between them and the potential to win this thing.
Well, that was it. They got the wrong side of the that first Upwind in race 1 today. Chris Hosking there just keeping the setting up the leeward runner. Another one who's one of the most experienced sailors in the fleet, goes way back, and very accomplished project manager, and probably built as many TP52s over the course of the lifetime of the class so far as anyone. So Brevet's very much in the mix. Whether they can get through Quantum, it's a big ask.
Been back and forth here a little bit on this beat, according to playing the tracker. You know, there's not a ton of leverage between the two of them, but I think that they were a little bit in a left-hand shift there, maybe, and that's now come back a little bit, giving Quantum, the leeward boat, a little bit of an advantage as they come out to the right side. We've seen that before. A little bit of a right shift toward the top here. Oh, my boat going by there, Andy.
We're going which way? This one appearing under the...
No,
across the bow.
I was talking about the big motorboat that went by. No, it might just be Doug DeVos out for another spin.
Exactly.
He said this morning, he said his cheeks hurt from smiling so much. There's a direct quote from yesterday. Apparently it's quite fun to go 35 knots in a sailboat. Exactly. Who would have thunk it?
I know.
He actually was saying it's remarkable how once you settle in that it feels like just another sailboat, except that at warp speed.
Yeah. Anyway, certainly enjoying himself yesterday, as well he might. Let's have a quick look at the projected standings. If positions stayed the same. And there we go. Preveza would be 2 points clear of Platoon going into the final day. Gladiator not far behind. Allegra in fourth. Phoenix, who are up to third, now down to fifth.
You know, with two races tomorrow, and the way this fleet is shaping out, any of those top five boats here, if these standings hold, would be in a position to take over the lead. And certainly Phoenix, Allegra would need some help, but all these top boats have shown the potential to win and also to have, a bad race or two. And as we see, the wind, a little bit more breeze shakes things up a little bit. Quantum suddenly found another gear that we weren't seeing earlier in the regatta. They seem to be moving well. So, plenty of opportunity still remaining.
Yeah, the key thing I think was they got themselves off the start line and were in the match from the beginning with the pace that they needed. Just watching out on that left side, Preveza attacking away, trying to get a bit of leverage on Quantum. Quantum Platoon super close.
Yeah, Quantum really seems to have the pedal down here. Seem to have found maybe some speed they were lacking a little bit early in the day, or as you say, maybe it's just simply the ability to get out and sail your own race without having to worry too much about the rest of the fleet. A lot of interest down there, looking at the boats they're crossing, figuring out how do we set ourselves relative to those boats as they come in on the ley line.
Yeah. Gagey just conferring with Chris Hosking.
Based on the tracker, you'd think that the Gladiator is pretty close to the ley line, if not on it. We've seen boats so far this event make it from that position, just a little bit below the ley line. According to the tracker, they are able to lift up and crawl over top of the mark, but that really depends on the wind holding. It's actually, I'm going to say it's surprising, but they're on the ley line earlier than we've seen most of the leaders this stage. Most of them have played a little bit more conservatively toward the top of the beat, getting more toward the center, and then delaying that final tack to the ley line until they get closer to the mark, and it's easier to call. But
at the moment, just Platoon managing to control Quantum at the moment, but it's very close between the two of them. And Provezza, I think, just electing to tack inside rather than going across towards the ley line, though they felt they'd lose too much. But the pendulum swinging very slightly, I think, on favour of Quantum.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a comfortable distance there, but you know, as much as the zoom lens will foreshorten things, the wide-angle lens here makes it seem like there's a lot more room. That's a pretty thin lane right now that Harm Mueller-Spreer has got to work in. Got to work really well with his trimmers to make sure he does not fall down into Quantum any earlier, because they have, you know, a fair amount of starboard left in this beat, and you don't want to, you know, tacking now just gives Quantum another opportunity to come and set up under you on the ley line and make things even worse. So they've got to, you want to carry forward here for a little ways. And I'd give a slight edge here to Quantum. I think they seem to be nosing forward a little bit. Tracker has them now into second. You know, certainly not enough to cross, but they're making progress in that direction, and they've got a little bit of room to work on starboard tack. Meanwhile, of course, no one loves this battle between second and third more than Gladiator. Of course, they can just streak away unfettered and cruise down and get around the mark and then cruise down the run. So if you're Gladiator, you are absolutely just hoping for a knot of boats to round behind you and be more focused on the immediate competition than closing in on them.
And for sure gives Gladiator, or will give Gladiator, a good pitch for the podium on the final day tomorrow. If they can, well, they can see no reason why they wouldn't win this race at this stage.
Well, the only thing, they haven't quite been squeezing up to the mark the way other boats have in the past. You can see Platoon there tacking away. Means they finally had enough of Quantum Racing's bad air and decided they were going to head out toward the ley line. So, but they may have hung there long enough, you know. And I think a lot of things, what you're trying to do there is, you know, it hurts, and you know you're losing ground, but you know you also need to get more toward the center of the course just to reduce the amount of time you sit in that same position on the ley line, you know. And I think they may have accomplished that, and that may be what either keeps them close to Quantum, or maybe even gives them enough of a piece of Quantum to control them as we come back toward the mark.
And Quantum, in the meantime, just I guess staying to contain Provezza such as they need to.
Well, Quantum went far enough, right, to make sure they're not going to have any struggle with Platoon. They came back. They're going to sort of get this re-engage with Platoon as they get close to the mark. You know, right now, I think if you're Quantum, what you hope to do is to get Platoon in there, maybe slow them down a little bit, force them to maybe stack up on Provezza and just sort of cascade down, allow you to stretch away and give yourself a little bit of a buffer as you round that mark. Because Gladiator appears to have a pretty substantial lead. I don't think anyone's going to touch them unless they make a major mistake. So, but second is a little tighter.
So, Tor, you're at the windward mark. How's it looking where you are?
I've got Gladiator coming in. I think they're going to manage to make this ley line, which will be really, really nice. Just extending on that lead after Quantum and Platoon having a little boat-on-boat action down there. Quantum seemed to have managed to hold on to that little gain they made by, you know, just getting the gas down and giving Platoon a little bit of their dirty air. It'll be interesting to see here whether they decide to keep going through Platoon or just tack right underneath them. I think they're opting for the second option there, just tacking underneath them, and yeah, they're just above Gladiator. So if Gladiator can make this mark, then Quantum certainly will too. I think Gladiator would have space to do a double tack if they had to as well, so they're in a pretty safe position there. But yeah, not such good news for our regatta leaders, Provezza. They're just coming in from the left-hand side of the course now, just below the inner distance mark. But so really close rounding for Gladiator. They've got deja vu from the last top mark. They're really eking up there.
They're squeezed up there. You know what I think? One of the things I noticed here, really impressive from Vasco, is when he set up on that lay line, he made sure to give enough room that if Terry wanted to come out and really hit him, he would have to sail extra distance.
Extra distance, yeah.
I think, and so Terry took the conservative call. He said, okay, we're not going to get to them. We're not going to be able to slow them down. We're going to take the lay line and go.
There's significant amount of current in that mark as well.
Yeah.
As you can see, the mark bot having to work to stay in position. Little bow wave on your mark. Yeah. And in fact, that's really worked in Platoon's favour, just as you said. Managed to close down distance, and the key thing, keep sailing faster, as fast as they can. But credit to Quantum, though, getting round in second. You'd love to be a fly in the wall in that boat. Just see how the dynamics are working.
On which boat? On the Quantum boat?
On the Quantum,
yeah. It's a sure interesting learning experience. Not only would you see how it's working now, but how that interchange progresses, right? From the first day to the last day. I think that's something that they were talking about in the meeting this morning about Terry and Victor.
Victor is a ball of nervous energy. Nobody is, and how that interplays with Terry, who is a ball of energy as well. It's high octane stuff, and how Victor feeds the information to Terry that he wants.
Yeah, and Victor is one of the brightest talents to come out of the youth thing. You talk about someone who has worked their way through the Etchells and J70 class. I don't know how many world championships he's sitting on now, but he may have won two or three this year. Yeah. So he seems to be about the surest bet you can have in the U.S. to getting yourself a title in a one design keelboat. So great to see him getting an opportunity here and learn, how to work on a bigger boat with a bigger team and sort of interchange when, it's the tactical philosophy is more of a group effort, right, than it is an individual situation. See Phoenix there with an opportunity to roll the dice. Everyone holding on starboard. We saw this the first two races yesterday, and boats that, there was some opportunities to pass by breaking away. But I think with the breeze picking up, people sort of trying to reduce maneuvers, head to the corner, call the lay line to the finish. Also maybe an indication that they're expecting this breeze to continue marching right as we get later in the day. Nice, very solid race for Tony Langley and Guillermo Parada. They really have put all together, and I think right back into the hunt if things are to hold.
Platoon doing all they can to hunt down Quantum Racing.
You can see onboard Platoon. You can see they are just positioning themselves just to leeward here of American Magic. Vasco is going to make things very hard for his friend Terry Hutchinson when Terry decides he wants to jibe, because this situation, of course, Platoon can match jibes with American Magic and potentially be in a position to sit on their air and then roll over the top of them. So this is where that low mode that we saw Platoon having yesterday, it's so powerful. It's such a weapon on when you're close on the run. And Vasco, this is something he's putting together right as he approaches that windward mark. He's like, I don't need to pass them here. I need to stay close, put myself in a position to use that ability we have, and then maybe jump on them on the jibe, or at least keep that option open.
Indeed, and they have a little bit of breathing space back to Provezza, who are in fourth. But that will be I think that will be our interest point into this finish. Gladiator over 140 meters clear with their lead. Sled and Phoenix working the left downwind. So this would be Gladiator's first win of the regatta. 2 second places so far in their score line.
appears that maybe tactically they learned a little bit from that first race where they, separated and really sort of hung themselves out on the left side, and a little bit more conservative the next two races, working on their speed, and it's paid off for them. So.
So some separation then between Platoon and Quantum, perhaps.
Yeah, Platoon did not sort of take the opportunity. Of course, we don't know sort of what happened, why Platoon jibed away, but they sort of chose to go early and let Quantum head out toward that ley line. But again, that's the sort of the power you have, is you have the ability to make that call. And maybe Terry would have jibed if he were by himself, but Vasco was able to sort of take that opportunity. These guys do often see the same thing coming down in the water. Looking at the puffs upwind, knowing how it's going to develop.
Ahead. Certainly, Provezza and Platoon moving quite nicely there.
Provezza looking like maybe they have a little bit of a speed edge, so maybe they're getting in there and impacting Platoon a little bit, which. Based on that angle, you might think that Provezza might have a little bit of the wind going to Platoon as these boats, sort of power up and bear away a little bit. The parent wind moves a little bit aft, and possibly they're starting to make life a little more difficult. So we're expecting a weather change tomorrow, Andy, right? Maybe toward the end of the day, but it sounds like maybe a little bit more breeze.
Thunderstorm coming through.
Yeah.
Might be able to get my jacket collection out.
Oh.
However, it's going to be a thrilling finale one way or another. Earlier, started the day thinking that this was going to be Provezza's championship. But it's going to be super close, just a few points in it. Provezza will potentially go in with a 3-point lead from Platoon, and Gladiator at the moment on course for their third podium of the season. But it's super close behind with Allegra Phoenix not too far behind, just 7 points between second and fifth. So it's going to be fascinating to see who wins the world title tomorrow, and indeed who finishes on the podium. Nothing is cut and dried at the moment.
I wouldn't sleep on Quantum here. I think they've made a gain over there on the left
for
side.
Sure, yeah.
And they look like they may be coming in here with the power to make things a little anxious for Tony Langley and Gladiator. They felt yesterday they had good downwind speed. They may be showing it right here.
So just looking at the overhead on the tracker, still showing Quantum and Gladiator, and Gladiator have the finish line in sight. Platoon will have they're going to have a fairly tight ley line in, or fast ley line in.
Battle here between Platoon, Quantum, maybe even Provezza in the mix.
What are you seeing, Tor? Are you on the finish line looking like Gladiator should come in comfortably?
Yeah, just heading down towards the finish line now, Andy. Gladiator have managed to consolidate that lead they've got. It did look like Quantum were coming back with a nice angle, but I think they might have just had a little shift there. But they're just going to be looking now to just jibe on top of Platoon. I think that initial jibe from Platoon on the other side when they let Quantum go off was actually Platoon looking after the competition between them and Provezza. In this race they're close with Quantum, but actually in the overall regatta Platoon are really trying to make sure that they don't let Provezza get in front of them, because I'm sure it'll come down to an all important few points just tomorrow. So yes, Gladiator now just jibing in and coming in towards the finish for a race win in race number 6.
That's right, that will be Tony Langley's team's first race win off the regatta so far. 2 seconds so far, a 7th and a 10th. Tony raises his hand in victory, and a quick thanks to Bruno Zerilli and Chris Hosking, the afterguard, everybody enjoying that win, but still pretty close between Quantum. Quantum should get there, Platoon coming in with speed, but a second place for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, their best score so far this regatta. Platoon finished the day with a 2.23. Key thing is where we see Preveza.
I think this is going to have a leg right here, and then the Alpha Plus looks like the form from the last windward mark really holding. Not a lot of changes on this run. Difficult when the steady breeze, a little bit more breeze for any passing to be done. So we get the Alpha Plus with a solid race there in the 6th. Looks like Vayu going to come in 7th there. Phoenix unable to make much any sort of turn anything around in this race. They're going to right on Vayu's heels, but they'll be in 8th. Interlodge and Sled battling for 9th here. I would give the edge here to Interlodge, coming in with a lot of pace, and here they are. They're just going to sneak across right now, just in front of Sled, which is had sort of a tough day for Sled after they went and sort of started the regatta with so much promise, struggled a little bit race 3 yesterday, and then just haven't been able to find the wheels again today.
However, a much better finish for Quantum Racing. Second in the end, led off the start line. Couldn't really do much about Gladiator's strategy going out to the right. Pretty much sailed their own race, but I think they'll be pleased not only with the second, but holding off Platoon, one of the form teams of the moment, and platform to build on for them for the final days too.
Yeah, Platoon looked strong. They were consistent today. They did what they had to do today. You couldn't go in today expecting you were going to pass Preveza today. What you had to do is get it close enough that you make tomorrow a contest. All right. So right now, with just a couple points between them, you effectively turn tomorrow into a who beats who battle. If you're able to beat them twice, you're in a situation where you may be able to win this championship. So I think that's a great situation to be in, because having to put boats between you and another boat in multiple races is very difficult, and oftentimes is just too much to ask.
And I think within that, let's have a quick look at the standings then going into tomorrow. Well, Preveza leading by 3 points from Platoon. Platoon the better boat on the day with a 2.23. Gladiator 10.41 in third and 26 points. Just a point behind them is Allegre and Di Soriano's team, a 7.35 for the day. Phoenix a little bit up and down, but that race win for them, a real confidence booster. In 5th place on 29 points, certainly in touch with the podium. Sled a little bit disappointed with that 10th. They're down in 6th. Quantum Racing powered American Magic in 37 points for 7th. Vayu 42, Interlodge and Alpha Plus both on 47, so everything to play for tomorrow. And one of the things that we're just thinking with Quantum Racing very much back in the form we'd expect of them, and they could have a say in what happens tomorrow, even though they're not in the position to really challenge to defend their title.
I think that's true of anyone on this list, right? You look down the list, you see top 3, top 4 finishes throughout the fleet, which means that when it comes to the crucial places, you can't sit out there and go say we're going to sail an easy race and get a 3rd or a 4th. You got to fight to get the top half of the fleet, and that's going to be the case for all the boats. So, Preveza or anyone, if they're looking to win, they've probably got to come out tomorrow fairly aggressive. I think they ate through a little bit of their cushion today.
So let's look at the standings after today's racing for the
Championship for the 52 Super Series season-long championships. Well, that's a 22-point lead now for Preveza. It was 25 this morning, but really marching towards a big finale in Puerto Portales next month. Platoon in second, keeping the pressure on with a really solid day. Gladiator holding, or actually in third for the championship just now, just a point ahead of Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. They're in fourth, Sled in fifth, Allegra 6th, Value 7th, Interlodge on 8th, Phoenix in 9th, Paprec in 10th, and Alpha Plus in 11th position. So all good for Preveza. Platoon keeping the pressure on, and that battle, nice battle between Quantum Racing, Power of American Magic, and Gladiator. Let's look at Lenny's look back. The birthday boys been busy, and this is a replay of race number 6. So off the start line, well, it was Quantum Racing off the pin end of the line, made the best start of the regatta so far, really, and had the power to impose themselves early on, but Gladiator got themselves out to the right, close cross with Platoon. That was a key moment. Gladiator led round the top mark with Platoon just behind, Quantum Racing in third. And that really set the flavour of the race. Gladiator and Platoon were close coming down that first run. Gladiator held on round the right hand mark and got themselves out to the right. That's really where they extended the lead. Battle then continued between Quantum and Platoon and Preveza. Quantum getting themselves clear of Platoon round the top mark, and though they saw a little bit of gain perhaps from Platoon through the finish line, then it's Gladiator. Nice win for the British flag team. Quantum Racing, the best race result so far off the regatta in second. Platoon through in third, their best team of the day. Preveza through in fourth, are really doing well in the championship. But really a long, hard day. Lots of challenges on the water. Lots of challenges in the studio. Stu, what are you thinking for tomorrow? 2 races. Who's your money on?
Challenges in the studio. Am I missing something?
Yeah. Yeah, who's your money on for tomorrow? I mean, it's going to be fascinating.
Well, I think my choice from yesterday, which I will not divulge, has clearly gone the wrong direction. So I'm going to switch teams here.
You're not allowed to do that.
I think I'm liking the way that the Platoon is sailing. The consistency there is very strong, and you can see that really just one sort of bobble in this regatta when things just sort of didn't work out for them, and they let it get to them. But other than that, they've really been tremendously consistent today. 2-2-3, that is some outstanding sailing. And as the breeze picks up, maybe that speed advantage we saw in the Preveza through the first 5 races of this regatta isn't quite as apparent.
Definitely.
Although
I think that Platoon have got quicker, and I say they come in with confidence. The key thing for me for Platoon, if they're to win here, is really to sail. It's to sail clean tomorrow, and as I say, we're talking about Quantum Racing potentially playing a role in that finale. They need to not engage with Platoon or with Quantum just for the sake of bragging rights. It's really have to sail clean, try and not make any errors or get any penalties. But it's super open, and it's going to be a great big finale. Super Saturday showdown here for the Rolex TP52 World Championship. Do join us tomorrow. Thank you for being with us today, and we'll see you tomorrow.